Oh, okay, I can chat with you. I think I'm basically ready to start, but we're early.
Okay. Well, we can start when you want.
Well, we need to wait for our first presenter to show up.
Let me check with them. Will you start with an introduction?
Yeah, but I'm not up for that, so I'm not going to do that.
Okay, right.
So you
Then
just
let's, yeah.
can you put together, just say a few things about it? Here, I'll give you the notes I have, and you should cut them down a lot.
Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me take a look at that.
We already have somebody in the waiting room, but
Yeah, I saw. But she's number three. Isn't that a bit early?
yeah, sometimes people come want to come on for the whole session, even though
Okay.
they're
Okay.
muted.
Yeah.
There's camera going.
All right. Thank you. Yes, it's all right. I will just check these notes and I will tell something, yeah, about SASA and such on your behalf. That is all right.
Also, in the chat, you can send messages to the waiting room.
Okay, yes, all right.
You can just
Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are in the world from where you are joining us. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second day of our Safe Ancient Studies Alliance conference. My name is Martina. I run two teams for SASA, and on behalf of our director David Danzig, I will now introduce ourselves and our program and tell you a bit about what is going to happen today. Just one moment. Yes, all right, we are ready to start. Welcome everyone to SASA's fifth annual conference, Opening the Ancient World. My name is Martine Diepenbroek, and I run the executive and creative teams for SASA. On behalf of David Danzig, our director, and the rest of the team, I would like to express how happy we are to have you all to join us today for our second day of the conference. This year's conference theme is Body and Medicine in Antiquity, Healthcare Knowledge and Practice. I will spend the next several minutes giving some introductory remarks, after which we will then move on to the first session of today. Although we do not have a conference sponsor this year, we are continuing the tradition of engaging people who are interested in the ancient world from all around the world by including Spanish and Arabic as speakers in the conference. Simultaneously to the English language streams of the conference on our various channels, we're also supporting two streams with translated captions in Arabic and Spanish, which you can find at SASA's live stream conference page or in the Spanish and Arabic YouTube channels. In this way, we aim to continue to truly open the study of the ancient world to everyone. And on behalf of the whole organization, I would very much like to thank our Spanish and Arabic translators for offering their help. First, let me introduce myself and the rest of the conference team. Then I shall introduce the conference theme for this year, and then explain a few things about the format, live streams, and what is happening today. My name is Martina. I have a PhD in Classics and Ancient History from the University of Bristol in the UK, and I currently work as a postdoc in Classics at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. Our director has started SASA over 5 years ago, and in that time we have had the wonderful pleasure of benefiting from the time and effort of over 500 volunteers and interns who have done a remarkable job in so many fields. So thanks to everyone for all their effort. This year's conference could not have happened without the amazing work and dedication of the whole team. Starting with Julie Levy, SASA's managing director. She has really helped us so much, leading the virtual conference team, organizing special sessions as well. And that are taking place. One was yesterday and the other one is today afternoon. And if you haven't RSVP'd yet for these sessions, we encourage you to do so on our website, and then you can join us following the live streams. Julie holds 2 degrees, higher degrees, in the study of ancient Greece and Rome. She is interested in archaeogaming, gaming, historical linguistics, Greek lyric poetry, and lives in Boston. And then there is our virtual conference leader, Anne Nguyen, who holds a PharmD from the University of Connecticut and a Master in Egyptology from the University of Manchester. She has been a part of SASA since 2021, and this is the 3rd year that she is helping to lead the virtual conference. She's also a board member and a newsletter editor for the New York chapter of the American Research Center in Egypt, and member of the South Asia Conservation Project that is currently excavating at Luxor in Egypt. Then we have our virtual conference volunteers, Billy McCarthy and Alison Cayetano. Our translators, Susana Vega for Spanish and Rahma Almari for Arabic. And lastly, our moderators for these 2 days, Esther Pathika, and Habiba and myself. Let me also share a bit about SASA for those who are new, who might not know much about our organization yet. Our mission of Saving Ancient Studies Alliance is to promote ancient studies in order to reverse the current downward trends in the study of the ancient world. By building a grassroots movement through outreach, collaboration, accessibility, and wider scholarship, we work towards our goal of inspiring a wider, inclusive community of learners and students. SASA's projects and programs are based in 7 strategic areas, which we call the SASA ARC. By working on each of the areas, we are revitalizing ancient studies as a vibrant, inclusive, accessible, and widespread area of knowledge, study, and engagement for everyone. These arcs are, these areas are Know What You Know, educational sociology and marketing research about ancient studies, raising awareness by generating interest in the ancient world, supporting education by supporting formal and informal ancient studies learning at various educational levels, increasing accessibility to increase access to ancient studies for everyone, forming an alliance by encouraging ancient studies fields to come together and make public outreach integral to our work, in addition to teaching and scholarship, re-envisioning post-education scholarship, and advocacy by helping advocate on behalf of departments and institutions that are experiencing difficulties in terms of their studies and courses related to the ancient world. And now a bit about our conference, because of course you're all here for the conference. The conference is intended for all ancient studies scholars and anyone who's interested in the ancient world. And presenting an academic conference as open access, but that is advertised widely, we have 3 goals in mind. We are holding an academic conference which is freely available for a wider public. We foster discussion and action regarding public outreach and scholarly inclusiveness. And we present to support excellent scholarship by independent and underemployed scholars from around the world. As mentioned before, the theme of this year is Body and Medicine in Antiquity, Healthcare, Knowledge and Practice. This invites a critical examination of medicine's historical dimensions, challenging the common assumption that medicine is primarily a modern science. The human experience of having and caring for bodies is universal and timeliness. And throughout antiquity, medical practices, physical regimes, and healthcare traditions have played a central role in cultures across the world. The history of medicine is a field of study established within the last century, with notable programs established at university, including Harvard and Johns Hopkins. The latter founded its department in 1929, so almost 100 years ago, by formalizing the study of medical traditions. However, healthcare and medical knowledge span all of human history. In fact, examples range from the prehistoric use of antibacterial medicinal plants over 35,000 years ago in Iran to the Hippocratic text of the 4th century BCE in Greece and remedies of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, a Chinese text from the 3rd century CE. The materials available, cultural beliefs about the body, and societal interpretations of healthcare have varied widely across time and geographical space. Well-being, both individual and collective, can be deeply personal or socially significant. For instance, personal hygiene and fitness were emphasized in the Roman public baths, while civic health and safety took place in Greek mythology, as we see in stories like the one of King Oedipus, whose presence brought spiritual plague to his city, only to be expunged with his expulsion. Healthcare could also address physical ailments, such as the treatment of broken bones in prehistoric Neanderthals, or it could confront spiritual afflictions, such as demonic possessions driven out by Christian exorcism. Our disciplinary conference seeks to explore the representation, reception, and understanding of past medical traditions in a broad cross-cultural, global, and atemporal context. The conference allows the framework of interdisciplinary ancient studies, the study of the deep past of all societies, to examine how historical medical practices and knowledge are structured, interpreted, and transmitted. The conference aims to treat the study of medicine as a universal cultural phenomenon that is shared across all human societies. These 2 days, yesterday and today together, we are very excited to have 2 keynote speakers, as well as 15 presentations from academics at various stages in their career. The presenters cover numerous spheres, including independent researchers, PhD candidates, university and community college lecturers, high school teachers, and archaeologists. There will be 3 types of presentations: presenter sessions, keynote sessions, and special sessions. Presenter sessions are those where experts will share their knowledge. Keynote sessions is where established academics will share their knowledge, and we have invited those academics. And in the special sessions, we look more closely for a longer period for a slightly longer time. We look more closely at a specific topic. There should also be a few interludes in which SASA volunteers come to explain some of the crucial work they do to help ancient studies. So some of the team leads from a number of SASA's teams will be giving short talks in between, about 10-15 minutes, about what their team does for SASA. For any of the sessions, we ask everyone who is viewing to actively participate. Please submit any questions and comments to the chat box wherever you are watching the conference, and they will be posted to the presenters at the moderator's discretion. Also, please discuss the conference on our social media channels using hashtag #OAWconference, and please join our discussion. So the conference is being live streamed simultaneously in multiple platforms. Our SASA website, safeancientstudies.org/virtual-conference. SASA social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. And via our partners, I will check that in a moment. Yes, and via our partners, World History Encyclopedia, Encyclopedia, History, just a moment, Digital Hammurabi, let me check. Digital Hammurabi, World History Encyclopedia, World of Antiquity. Yeah, these are the streaming partners, but I just saw something else appearing. So I will check that for you in a moment. Thank you very much for our live stream partners. We applaud their role in bringing quality to ancient studies content to their viewership. Last year's virtual conference attracted over 24,000 attendees, and we are all very excited about how many people may participate in the conference this year because of the support and participation of the live stream partners. And before we start, one more thing. If you enjoy the conference, please consider supporting SASA in any way you like or can. Most of our programming, including this event, is powered by passionate, unpaid volunteers. So if you enjoy our events, please consider making a small donation. This can be a one-off donation or recurring, with anything from as little as $3 a month. That can make a very big difference in helping us to continue our work. So welcome to the conference. We are very happy to have you all here. Please pop in and out on both days. So yeah, that was yesterday and today. And please join us wherever you are currently watching or at safeancientstudies.org/virtual conference. All right, let me go see if we have our first speaker ready, and then I shall introduce her. And then without much further ado, we're going to start for today. All right, our first speaker. Let me see if she is ready. And then I shall introduce her and we shall start. Perfect. I see that you are already sharing your screen. Yeah. Welcome to Catherine Petzotak, who is currently a PhD student at the University of Exeter in the UK, where she's the co-editor of Pegasus, an academic postgrad journal for classics, ancient history, and theology. Her doctoral research focuses on the physician assistant-like figures, medical encounters, and spaces of Greco-Roman medicine from the 5th century BC to the 5th century AD. She completed her Bachelor of Arts in 2022 and her Master's in 2024 at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario in Canada. Her master's thesis focused on women as sources of authority in the pharmacological works of Galen, Scribonius Largus, and Pliny the Elder. And today she's going to talk to us about Aspasia the Doctor, exploring women's pseudonyms in Greco-Roman drug works. Welcome, Catherine. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you for the introduction. As discussed, my topic is Aspasia the Doctor, exploring women's pseudonyms in Greco-Roman drug works. So I'll begin with a brief introduction about pseudonymity in the ancient world, particularly with regards to ancient medicine. So in his text On My Own Books, Galen recounts an anecdote about men debating in the Sandalarium, and this debate centered around whether a book which had been inscribed Galenos Iatros was really Galen's. After he read the first two lines, one of these men identified the book as being a forgery based on its style. Although it's not the focus of On My Own Books, this anecdote helps to illustrate that publishing under another's name was quite common in medical literary contexts. And Fleming has said that the names, oftentimes, of famous individuals or well-known individuals lent authority and aura to works. And pseudonymity allows for the possibility and probability that women's names may be used as a guise of authority for male authorship. And following along these lines of thought, the following authors could all potentially be pseudonyms, according to modern scholars. So Cleopatra in Galen's On the Composition of Medications According to Place, Aetius's Tetrabiblos and Paul of Aegina's Epitome of Medicine, Aspasia and Aetius's Tetrabiblos, Olympius, Laius, Sotira, and Elephantis in Pliny's Natural History. And I'd also like to point out this is just a brief dip into a much larger and comprehensive topic. So some of the research questions I went in with were, what can the names of women like Aspasia and Cleopatra tell us about the female authorship of scientific and medical texts in Greco-Roman antiquity? What can the pseudonymization of women's names tell us about gender divisions in Greco-Roman antiquity? What evidence is there for the possibility that male authors used female pseudonyms to write about matters pertaining to women's health? So the aim of this paper is to explore the use of women's names as pseudonyms in Greco-Roman pharmacological works, but more broadly try to answer these questions. So Galen quotes 3 extracts consisting of 18 recipes from Cleopatra's book, The Cosmetics, in his text on compound medicine according to place. The first extract consists of 8 recipes for treating hair loss, or treating alopecia. And this has Galen's commentary attached to it. He'll say what he thinks of the recipe. And then we have the second extract, which consists of 5 recipes for growing hair, for treating hair loss, for thickening, and for darkening hair. And then there's the third extract, which contains 5 recipes with Galen's commentary treating alopecia, severe head ulcers, and dandruff. And Galen doesn't explicitly identify this author that he's quoting as the same individual as Cleopatra VII. Obviously, he has his opinion about her story of being bitten by the asp, and that's where he really kind of mentions her in his works. Although he does state that there is some connection to royalty, as these cosmetics recipes are really desired by the upper class and the nobility. Interestingly, both men and women have been kind of bothering him and other physicians for a long time for these types of recipes. And Galen's also likely using Credo as an intermediary source for Cleopatra's recipes, according to Fleming. He does kind of allude to that, but I've seen other scholarship which has said he's taking this directly from Cleopatra's book. And we also have Cleopatra in the Tetrabiblos, and it contains the same recipes for treating hair loss as are found in the second extract of Cleopatra's Remedies in Galen. There's also a mention of a body lotion, which is attributed to a Queen Cleopatra. So directly we have the link there. And Paul's text contains 4 recipes from Cleopatra's book, and they all appear to be about restoring hair. The fourth recipe also makes the hair curly, thick, and black. And these citations of Cleopatra's name, along with citations and many other treatises on a variety of different topics, are an indication, or could be an indication, of the name's potency rather than any authorship. And the name's extremely common as well, which we need to keep in mind. It shows up 135 times in the first 5 volumes of the Lexicon of Greek Personal Names. And there's this idea connected with the citation of her name. There's this reputation of a seductress and for wealth and extravagance, and that likely caused these names to be attached to such remedies. So Cleopatra outside of medicine, as I mentioned, is cited quite a bit, and we have some interesting connections with alchemy. Her name is associated with 3 treatises on alchemy. Plant does not believe that this Cleopatra, again, is the same as the author of the Cosmeticon, because Cleopatra the alchemist, as he calls her, dates to between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD. And we also have this similarity with medicine, that pseudonyms were commonly used by alchemists. So we have a treatise on gold making, which dates to the early imperial period, and it consists of 1 page of symbols, drawings, and texts, which you can see in this image on the screen. We have 3 concentric circles with symbols for gold, silver, and mercury inside. And then we have the serpent Ouroboros with text right here. And then we have a piece of an apparatus of the Kerotakis type right here, sort of in the middle. In another treatise dating to about the same period, Cleopatra partakes in a dialogue with the alchemist Camarius and other philosophers. And there's a treatise on weights and measures from Cleopatra's books on cosmetics, which scholars consider to be either from the medical or alchemical traditions. Taylor considers it to be part of the alchemical tradition because it's often found in a large number of alchemical manuscripts. And there is some scholars who argue that it could be part of the medical tradition because it was circulated as a part of collection of other metrological texts under Galen's name, although the Handbook of Galen kind of says that this text is not real. It would be pseudo-Galen. And then there's the weight standard, which Cleopatra uses, which dates to 84 AD or 64 AD or later, so well after the death of the Ptolemaic queen. And then we have a woman named Aspasia, and she's one of the major sources of the final book of ATS's Tetrabiblos. The final book of Aetius's Tetrabiblos, it deals with gynecological matters ranging from pregnancy and abortives to difficult births and uterine diseases. There's a possibility, again, that another author is using this name because of its authority and aura. We get this idea of Pericles' mistress and sort of a courtesan who knew her way around the female body. But there's no clear identification of this Aspasia with Pericles' Aspasia in the text. There are interesting similarities between passages quoted in Aetius and passages in Soranus's Gynecology, but these texts are sort of a mess and need a bit of a new edition for a proper comparison to be made. But we have what Fleming says Aetius 16.25 and Soranus Gynecology 3.1, and Aetius 16.22 and the Gynecology 4.1. This Aspasia doesn't appear in any other medical works besides the Tetrabiblos, where she's associated with Rufus. This could possibly be Rufus of Ephesus, but it's unclear. So moving on to Pliny, Book 28 of Pliny's Natural History, it's got a collection of apotropaic rituals and quasi-magical medical remedies. And the recipes or remedies involve ingredients such as menstrual blood, saliva, and urine. It's really kind of the more disgusting part of Pliny's Natural History, according to Pliny. He names Elephantis, Laius, Olympias of Thebes, Salpe, and Sotira, but she has less of this pseudonymity idea connected to her. They appear in this book. Olympias and Salpe also appear in books 20 and 32. Interestingly enough, Olympias is listed alongside the physicians at the very beginning of Pliny's text, where he has all his indices of sources for book 20. Xenocrates, Wellman believes that Xenocrates of Aphrodisias was a major source for book 28 of Pliny's Natural History. And this is because Xenocrates was the author of a work entitled Unuseful Things from Animals. And Wellman also suggests that women's names in this context were fictitious names associated with specific recipes to serve textual purposes. So we get a similar feeling from the names of Demosthenes, Orpheus, and Osthenes, who also appear in Pliny's text. Elephantis and Laius are mentioned in connection with a gynecological recipe involving menstrual blood. It's used either as this recipe's used either as an abortive or as a cure for barrenness, although they don't seem to agree, which makes Pliny doubt the efficacy of this recipe. Neither woman is described as an obstetrix in the text, despite the bodily material they're using. And we have a masculine form of Elephantis associated with cosmetics in a linking passage of Galen before citing Soranus. It's important also to say here again that cosmetics wasn't necessarily just linked to women in the ancient world. Men also had a fairly active interest in cosmetics. And we have a few authors who are male who write on cosmetics as well. So this masculine form of Elephantis also appears in a manuscript of Celsus, and it's placed within a list of authorities which follow the text. And there is the possibility there may be male authorship behind this name, although it's got a little bit of evidence, not too much. And Connell notes it would have been more difficult for female patients to trust the knowledge of male physicians in areas of fertility, menstrual blood, and abortion. So there's this idea that maybe a male might be writing under this pseudonym to kind of bolster his recipe for using menstrual blood for women's problems. But then again, Fleming kind of says that the male intention behind the pseudonyms was less to deceive than to do things kind of constructed as female, but something that women would never do. Outside of Pliny, we have the name Elephantis in the feminine form in Suetonius' Life of Tiberius. She's the author of an illustrated book, or multiple illustrated books, kept by Tiberius in the library at his villa on Capri. Basically, her instruction manuals show all the people at Capri what they're supposed to be doing, and they're pornographic. And so Elephantis is also the author of a pornographic manual in Martial, the Priapia and the Suda. And in the Suda, she's called Elephantine. So there's a bit of a change in the name there as well. Along with gynecological recipes, Laius is also cited in connection with a recipe involving menstrual blood to treat Cortian and Tertian fevers, rabid dog bites. So this recipe would involve putting some blood on a piece of cloth and enclosing it in a silver bracelet. She's cited alongside Salpe for this recipe. And Laius also has a bit of a history outside of Pliny. Laius was the name of two famous hetaeras, so Laius of Corinth, or Hicara, and Laius of Athens. Laius of Corinth, or Hicara, had affairs with Aristippus of Cyrene, Diogenes of Sinope, and Demosthenes. Laius of Athens had associations with Alcibiades and was likely involved in a lawsuit in the 380s BC. Olympias of Thebes is also cited by Pliny as an authority for the use of mallow with goose grease as an abortive. Her addendum for recipes to aid menstruation involving swint and soda is also mentioned by Pliny. He also mentions her topical remedy to treat infertility involving bull's gall, serpent's fat, copper rust, and honey. And Olympias of Thebes, again, carries associations with famous individuals, more specifically Alexander the Great's mother. And potentially, this could convey some of her celebrity onto the recipes the other Olympias is associated with. Salpe is cited for 6 remedies in Pliny's Natural History. So she's has a recipe recommending using saliva on the eyes and the body parts to treat numbness. She suggests that urine should be applied to the eyes to strengthen them, and she applied urine to sunburns. Along with Laius, she is associated with a recipe for treating Cortian and Tertian fevers, as I already mentioned. And she also has an aphrodisiac, which involves rubbing the relevant parts of the human body with ass's genital organs dipped into hot oil. And then she has a remedy for removing superfluous hair involving blood, gall, and liver of the bluefin tuna. And Pliny says she used this on the slave boys she used to prepare for market. And she also has a kind of odd recommendation to put live frogs in dog bowls to keep the dogs quiet. She has the title obstetrix associated with her name, which is different from Elephantis and Laius. And this could maybe indicate she had authority over a specialized part of female knowledge, because there's not much difference between prostitutes and midwives in Pliny's mind. He often conflates the two groups. This might be the same Salpe as noted as an author of Pygnia and Athenaeus's De Hypnosophistae. So Pygnia, they're basically tricks involving a degree of magic, which can be performed at symposiums. Some scholars say they're practical jokes. I think there's a bit of a debate about that as well. Democritus's Pygnia included stuff like eating garlic without getting bad breath, making gladiators in paintings engage in real fights. And the identity of Salpe is even disputed in the ancient text. The name could be a nickname of Mnasius of Locris or Colophon, who wrote the Pygnia. The friends called him Salpe or Saupe after a fish because his collection was so diverse. And the fish called Salpe is likewise kind of speckled, so there's an image of the fish there as well. In his voyage along the coast of Asia, which we have fragments in Athenaeus, Nymphodorus of Syracuse says that Salpe was a woman from Lesbos. So the contents of Salpe's Pygnia was also likely erotic because Athenaeus connects her to Botris of Messana. And Wallowitz and Davidson also believe that Salpe's name is a pseudonym, partially because Salpe is a rare name in antiquity. No other examples of this name was known to Davidson. There's close parallels between the form of Democritus's Pygnia and Salpe's remedies, and both collections of texts are relatively simple. So we don't have any convoluted procedures or dense formulaic complexities in them. They're kind of things you can do with items and substances you find around the home. And then their simplicity makes them, according to Davidson, Pygnia or child's play. So we have 2 examples here, one from Pliny's Natural History. So Salpe says that dogs to whom a live frog has been given in their food do not bark. And then there's the Pygnia of Democritus. So something like, so that an old woman does not talk too much nor drink too much, chop up pine nuts and put it in her water. So frogs kind of live around. They're pretty simple to just kind of pick up and to put in a dog's bowl. Likewise, pine and wine are relatively things that would have been in the general environment and pretty simple to undertake. So I'd like to get into some preliminary conclusions. Again, this is still kind of an ongoing research project. So the names of women like Aspasia and Cleopatra in scientific and medical text can tell us women's pseudonyms could give an aura and authority to a particular work. So we have that both in what we've seen from the alchemical treatises as well as the medical treatises. A name's potency mattered much more than the actual authorship. So this lent credibility to the recipe or remedy. So Cleopatra's name gives this authority and aura to recipes for hair loss and body lotion because she was this sexually alluring queen. She has this reputation for wealth and extravagance. And this is particularly true for fertility related or gynecological remedies. Elephantis and Laius's recipe involving menstrual blood. Elephantis has this reputation as a pornographic author, and Laius has this reputation as a courtesan. Again, they're purveyors of specialized female knowledge. They know the female body because they are dealing with matters of their body. It's more difficult, again, for female patients to trust male doctors in the areas of fertility, menstrual blood, and abortion in antiquity. And sometimes female pseudonyms were used in areas of female knowledge, so like recipes involving products like menstrual blood, but at other times this gender division is less clear. So Aspasia's name, again shared with Pericles' mistress, grants further authority to her in matters relating to gynecology. Salpe's depilation remedy involving parts of the bluefin tuna, again, this could be considered more effeminate, but depilation was practiced by both men and women in the ancient world. So there's that idea as well. And Galen mentions in the interest of both royal men and women, again, in cosmetics. So Cleopatra's name is not only used because she is simply a woman for women's matters. There is some possibility that male authors used female pseudonyms, and this was not always in matters pertaining to women's health only. Again, with Cleopatra, we have her name for lotions, hair loss treatments, hair growth serums, and Salpe's remedies for treating numbness, Cortian and tertian fevers, which use female products, but again, don't treat exclusively females. Elephantis and Laius's recipe involving menstrual blood for treating infertility and using as an abortive is potentially one example that could be that male authors were writing under female pseudonyms for female-related matters. But again, ideas of infertility could be argued to be for concerns of both genders in antiquity. And my bibliography. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That was very interesting. Yeah, that gives us a good idea of how how women were seen in a way. I like the idea of the names of the women being used for the lotions and hair treatment and things. You can, in a way, relate it to modern commercials and how you see that these people have gray hair that then starts, growing again and being coloring and so like again. Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting. If anyone has any questions or comments for Catherine, please share in the chat. Let's see if we have any comments. We have one here from the next speaker. Can we periodize when female pseudonyms start to appear?
Again, I'm still kind of in the preliminary portion of this research, but I think they're fairly late. I mean, looking at stuff like Scribonius Largus starts to use the imperial women as well. So Octavia and all those women have remedies associated with them as well. Obviously, there's a debate as to whether they were the originators of that or were just kind of like a brand deal. They just got their name stamped on these recipes. So I think I guess it would be fairly later on because I don't think I've seen anything related to that in the Hippocratic texts, but it would be interesting to pursue that further.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Catherine? Let me check the various channels. Well, in that case, is there anything else you would like to add? All right. Thank you so much, Catherine. Oh yes, I do see another comment here. Yeah, from the other speaker. Haven't seen any in the Hippocratics, but have seen some in Greco-Egyptian magical papyri. Okay, thank you. That's also interesting. That could be a good source going forward. What's the difference between medicine and cosmetics?
That's a good question. So, medicine and cosmetics, as Galen kind of defines it, it seems to be that cosmetics go against nature. They're more of the unnatural sort of thing, whereas medicine is more, for example, you could have a hair growth serum, but that would be with the idea that there's something wrong with the fact that you're not growing hair, essentially. So that you'd put that kind of in kind of a separate category. So there's kind of enhancing things, which he puts in one category, which is more um, cosmetics that he particularly doesn't like. And then there's another section would be cosmetics for medicinal purposes. It is kind of difficult to tell because they are pretty close categories. But at least that's what I've found through my research.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. That makes sense. Jasmine and Catherine, looks like you two will have a lot to discuss going forward with your work. Let me see one more time if there are any further comments. No, not at the moment. Thank you so much, Catherine. That was fascinating. Good luck going forward with your research. And then we shall move on to our next speaker. Yes. Charlotte, are you ready?
Not yet. I'm going to just.
Yes, that is right. Take your time, and when you're ready, I shall introduce you.
There we go. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
So, in ancient Egypt, medicine and magic were
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me first introduce you.
Oh, okay.
Moving on to our next speaker. Welcome, Dr. Charlotte Barrel Rose. Charlotte has recently completed her junior fellowship for the Magia project within the University of Würzburg in Germany, which studies magical texts in the ancient world. Her project with Magia, Tools of Medicine, Materials in Medical Magical Spells, addresses the correspondence between medical magical texts and material culture by examining the relationships between hieratic medical magical texts of mainly the Middle and New Kingdoms of Egypt and the objects pertaining to them, taking a diachronic lens. This research branches off of her dissertation, Changes in Continuity, Ancient Egyptian Birth Practices from the Middle Kingdom through the New Kingdom, which examined the textual evidence and material culture of ancient Egyptian birth and fertility traditions through a diachronic lens. She obtained a Bachelor degree of Arts in Egyptology at Brown University with honors before she then received her master's and PhD in Egyptian archaeology at the University of Pennsylvania. Her talk today is called Call the Midwife, Women in Ancient Egyptian Medical Magical Practices. Please, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you for the introduction. In ancient Egypt, medicine and magic were not separate, but part of a whole healing process. As such, the study of medical magical texts offer us a window into the view of daily life religious practices. Previous work on the subject discussed the religious underpinnings of certain ingredients and amulets, as well as the possibility of non-professional healing practitioners. Pomeranian's work had focused on the ingredients in terms of whether they could be provably true in medical concerns, as well as studying Egyptian notions concerning women's bodies. However, there's been little research on the role of women in the medical magical texts. Some key questions are, were women's roles in these texts similar to or different from men's functions? And if so, why? Likewise, did Egyptian society restrict the type of spells in which women would appear? For this stage of my research, I examined hieratic texts dating from the Middle Kingdom through the late period for mentions of women, whether as patient, active healing participant, or an ingredient source. And my sample includes 183 gynecological spells as well as 89 gynecological spells, totaling 263 spells so far. For this examination, I'll be only discussing alive human women, so no evil dead, no spirits, unless there's some living equivalent, such as foreigners. I'll be first discussing the non-gynecological spells, then trends in spells pertaining to women and children, and then overall patterns. In the 89 gynecological texts where women are mentioned, they most commonly occurred as a patient, about 48.75%. In 18 spells, the women's body provided an ingredient for the prescription, most commonly breast milk. There's likewise 5 cases where a woman was an active healing participant and 2 times where women occurred as enemies of the patient. In terms of spells where women were mentioned as patients, in contrast to the general male as default assumption, they have cases where both genders are mentioned, and then ones where only female patients are mentioned in those spells. The concerns for both genders include abdominal/digestive issues, anal and bladder problems, curses and poisons, as well as skin conditions. In the cases where only women were mentioned, the spells focused on abdominal issues specifically caused by a demon, bladder issues, as well as spells offering defensive magic for the patient. And part of this may be based on biology, because we know from modern medical studies that women are more likely to have bladder and digestive issues. It also seems that women were perceived in ancient Egypt as particularly in need of defensive magic, since about 20.5% of the sample are these types of texts. A couple of those spells are for sleep, and 3 for various illnesses. Sleep in ancient Egyptian context was a liminal state between life and death, and thus made the sleeper particularly vulnerable from malevolent influences. Likewise, in an Egyptian context, illness was something that could be caused by various forces, whether evil dead spirits, demons, or deities. In the spells where mother's milk is used as an ingredient, there's 2 types of milk mentioned. The first, Irchet Mesut Sheri, milk of she who gave birth to a boy, seemed to be specifically symbolizing of Isis and Horus, particularly the mythology of her pregnancy with Horus and having to save the pregnancy as well as protect the child Horus from his uncle Seth. In addition, you have the mythology of healing of the Horus eye after the adult Horus injured it during battle with Seth. As such, the spells that used this type of milk commonly discuss the patient as the Horus child and was used to treat eye problems, burns, as well as gynecology, particularly used in pregnancy tests. The other type of milk discussed, Irchet Remech, human milk, in contrast, was used as a medium for treating internal issues, especially gastrointestinal problems. In addition to breast milk, Egyptians used what they consider ritually impure ingredients to scare off malevolent influences. In the case of menstrual blood, it was used to ward off demons, treat an anal issue, as well as reduce a overproduction of breast milk, an issue called gesu. And it seems to be based on the symbolism of red in Egyptian culture, which symbolized blood and danger, as well as the power of the sun. Another ingredient used was the urine of a Amaet woman. And the key question is whether this Amaet woman was, as some translators would say, a young woman / virgin or ritually impure. It seems that the latter meaning makes more sense, particularly with the use of the male equivalent Ama. And with a couple of spells from the Brooklyn Papyrus 47-218-49, where you have an enemy that's smeared with the blood of Amaet woman, it appears that she's ritually impure because she's menstruating. And presumably the urine gains significance in treatments to ward off demons because it has a reddish color to it. There are 2 or 3 cases where the mother appears to speak in spells pertaining to the protection of a child or fetus. In the Brooklyn and Berlin spells shown here, she's specifically equated with Isis in her role of giving birth to Horus and protecting him. In the Leiden spell, the mother urges the fertility goddess Hathor to visit a birth pavilion. We know from iconographic representations that this birth pavilion was a room in the house that was decorated with plants and featured a bed that specifically depicted birth deities such as Bes and Taweret on the legs. There were also several cases where the mother's body transferred a cure to the child. In the Middle Kingdom Papyrus Museum 4, to protect the newborn child, the child is supposed to consume both the placenta as well as a mother's poop. And these particular types of spells seem to be based on the idea, particularly for breast milk, that qualities, consuming something from the mother would pass the qualities of the mother to a child. In particular, they have several spells treating Ma'at disease, which Egyptians thought was some sort of issue that first infected the mother and then passed on to the child through breast milk. And thus, a common treatment would be to treat the mother first to then transfer the cure to the child. There were also cases where women appeared as enemies of the patient. And an interesting couple of cases comes from the Papyrus for Mother and Child, also known as Papyrus Berlin 3027, mentioning an Asiatic and a Nubian woman. And there seems to be mixed connotations to how foreigners were perceived in medical magical spells. Sometimes they were portrayed as enemies, such as in these cases, as well as the Egyptian magical corpora sometimes incorporated what they thought were foreign spells, specifically written in a foreign language to gain a sense of magical power. In addition to those two spells, there's an additional pregnancy and fertility test wherein if a woman had one eye of an Asiatic and another of a Nubian, she would be infertile. In addition, there are a couple of cases where both male and female living people could be potential magicians casting malevolent spells against the patient, as in the case of Papyrus Ramesseum 8 from the Middle Kingdom, as well as from the 25th dynasty, both from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, with a spell to protect a woman from the evil gaze and spells. There are also several cases where women served as magical participants. Most notable is the Rekiet, the wise woman. The evidence of her primarily comes from texts in Deir el-Medina. She mainly served a diagnostic role, particularly detecting which god's bowel spirits are causing a health issue, allowing the patient to then figure out seeing another professional of how to treat that very issue. She also diagnosed causes of death, in one case a woman, in another case 2 infants. There was also a couple of cases where she actually gave treatment, such as getting rid of a demon causing insomnia, as well as treating venom from a poisonous animal bite. Another professional woman mentioned in the spells comes from Papyrus Ebers 273. It's a spell treating a child's urinary issue, and it's specified for infants that are too young to swallow the pill prescription, that the wet nurse would mix the ingredients into her breast milk. In addition to these professionals, we also have seemingly regular women serving ritual roles in the creation of not amulets. And in these cases, it appears the woman represented either Isis, when it's just one woman doing the amulet for a child, or in a case of 2 sisters, Isis and her sister Nephthys, both in the role of protecting the child Horus. We also have a very interesting case in Papyrus Ebers, spell 853, where one remedy to freshen the house and clothes mentioned that it was something that women prepared. Now, given that the medical magical papyri were written for pretty much all male physicians, this line is particularly interesting, that they're getting inspiration from a practice that women created. To have some preliminary conclusions, the mention of female patients and 9 gynecological spells primarily date to the New Kingdom. Part of it may be due to preservation issues, but it could also be due to other factors. One factor being, after the New Kingdom, Egypt saw a number of foreign invasions, which would likely influence the culture. Another factor is that after the New Kingdom, these spells became longer, and so it became easier to just shorten it to using one pronoun, as opposed to using both pronouns. And indeed, some of the spells that you mentioned, both genders, often switched and later on the same spell to just using a male pronoun for the patient. There are several factors in the mention of female patients in non-gynecological texts. The first is biology, with gastrointestinal and bladder issues more common in women. Another is magical defense, where women seem to be seen as particularly at risk of a magical attack. For both genders, there are concerns about their appearance as well as external problems. Women had more extensive roles in the spells pertaining to fertility, pregnancy, birth, and postpartum survival. And this seems to be true with the use of the ISIS analogy, as seen in the speaking roles, the use of breast milk, and the creation of knot amulets. As an ingredient source, women's breast milk transferred cures to her children, whereas menstruation was used to repel malevolent forces. The initial research for this project was funded by the Magia Project from the University of Würzburg. As such, I would like to thank my fellowship supervisor, Dr. Martin Stadler, as well as the Magia Project team and the project administrative secretary and Noster. And thank you, and I look forward to all your questions.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. That was very interesting. We learned a lot about women in Egypt and how they were related to medicine. If I may start, you said the Egyptians saw sleep as something between life and death. So I suppose they saw it as a state whereby you had to be very cautious.
Yes, absolutely. And you have often specific protection, particularly use of deities such as bats decorating the headrests.
Yes, that is interesting because I would compare it. I know I'm more on the Greco-Roman side. I would compare it to where in Greek culture you see how people go to the Temple of Asclepius to spend some time there. To spend some time there to sleep, especially as if in going to a hospital, as we would say nowadays, to actually get treated there. And we know many stories. From around the temples of Asclepius that people actually believed that because of going there and sleeping in the temple, they were healed. It's
Yeah,
interesting to compare it in that way.
certainly.
Let's see if we have any questions. Yes, there is one here from the next speaker. Do the body parts like salmon hair, etc., explicitly from men get used into magical medical remedies or not?
I haven't really looked into the male side of things. I had just focused on the mentions of women, but that could be that would be another avenue of expanding my research to try to do these types of comparisons. Though yeah, I would imagine that it'd be used for more specifically male issues, but I have to take a look.
All right, thank you. I see one here on the YouTube channel. Thank you. You mentioned that you were focusing on spells for the living for this talk. Were spells for the dead also common? And is this something you would consider as part of the research as well?
Well, it for since I'm focusing on medical magical spells, it would be involving live patients and so I haven't really looked at funerary things. In terms of why I focused on living women, this is to distinguish from all the mentions of the evil dead and demons. Because they use both genders in a lot of cases, particularly in spells where they don't quite know which force is causing the problems. They want it to be as expansive as possible. So they mentioned, okay, the dead man, the dead woman, the male enemy, the female enemy, and etc.
Thank you very much. You mentioned abdominal issues by women in the graphs, and you said they were caused by demons. Do we also have examples of man where they say that maybe those issues were caused by demons?
Yes, that's part of some of the abdominal issues were specifically said to be caused by demons, and particularly the spells that where male and female patients are mentioned talk about abdominal issues. They do use that language that it's caused by a certain demon.
All right, thank you. That is interesting. Let's see if we have any other questions, comments. Jennifer in the chat is saying thank you very much. So I suppose I'm sure that means that you answered her questions. Let's see if we have any other questions or comments. Please share any questions or comments. Does anyone have any other questions or comments for Charlotte? No, I didn't see anything else at the moment. Would you like to add anything more?
As people might have noticed, my title is called The Midwife, and yet no midwives are mentioned in the actual text, in medical magical texts. There are titles of women that are called midwife or are thought to be a title of midwife. And there are stories of goddesses that were disguised as dancers that helped in childbirth, as well as there seemed to be a type of ritual performer associated with temples in particular, and the temples of Hathor called the Kheneret, and they seem to be sometimes involved with childbirth. So part of my expansion will be looking at the titles of these women and try to figure out which ones are mentioned in medical magical spells, which are mentioned elsewhere, and why the discrepancy. Oh, Martina, your mic is off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting. Let me see. I can't see anything else at the moment. Maybe any of the other speakers? Anything here in the chat? No. All right. Thank you so much, Charlotte. That was very interesting, and best of luck going forward with your research.
Thank you.
All right, we still have about 10 minutes before we have to continue with our next speaker. Yeah, so we shall give her a few more minutes to make sure that she is ready and everything is working. For anyone who just joined us recently, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for the second day of our SASA conference. It's great to see so many of you from all over the world joining us. The conference is a free event. Anyone can join on any of our channels all the time, of course. So please do, and please share far and wide if you're interested, and if you see that other people might be interested too. Then also please share, because we still have a number of talks for the rest of today. Everything's completely free, and that is something we can do because of donations. Everything we do for SASA, most of it comes from donations, smaller and larger, from grants, but also from very many individuals like any of you. So if you enjoy the conference, please consider supporting SASA in any way you're interested in. Because most of the programming, including this whole event, is powered by passionate unpaid volunteers who spent months working on this, making sure that everything was ready for all of you in time. So if you like it, if you're interested in the conference, then please consider making a donation. Even a small donation, yeah, even a small donation can yeah, it can be very helpful for SASA, for all of our work. It can be anything from just a few dollars as a one-time donation, or regular donations is another option, starting from as little as $3 a month. That can really make a big difference in helping us to continue all our work to save ancient studies from all over the world. We also do have featured books in a bookshop, and we have a SASA bazaar for anyone who might be interested in any merchandise, things like books and t-shirts and stickers and such with SASA logos and designs. So please have a look at the SASA website and look at the bookshop and bazaar if you are interested in any of these items. So yes, we shall continue in a few minutes. This is day 2. I didn't really tell you that much at the beginning about the rest of today's schedule, so let me do it now because we do have a few minutes left. We are now in session 4, caring for and by the marginalized. Oops, sorry. Or we shall move on to our third speaker in a few moments. Then we have a session on medical practices in antiquity. And in between sessions 4 and 5, there will again be a SASA team presentation. One of the SASA team leads will share a bit about what she does with her team. Session 5 on medical practices. Then we have a keynote speaker who will talk about medicine, religion, and terror in Greco-Roman healthcare, Galen's voyage to Lemnos. And a special session which is a close reading workshop, how to diagnose a text. If you would be interested in this and you haven't yet signed up, then please check on the SASA website, saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference. And there you can see the whole schedule again, and there you can sign up to join for the special session. And like I said, your donations are vital to the operations, because all our donations help us to further our mission to garner support for ancient studies and make education free and accessible for those who wish to learn more about the ancient world. And that is any aspect of the ancient world and any culture. So from America to Australia, Europe, China, and other parts of Asia. So any type of ancient culture will be interesting to SASA. And our mission is to make sure that more and more people become interested in ancient studies, and also that those studies, studying the subjects, can be saved for future, for the future, for anyone else. Sorry, can be saved for the future, because that is something that we believe is very important to keep that knowledge of this ancient culture, so that it can again be shared in the future with future generations and with anyone who is interested in studying these subjects. And then there will be a few more things. No, sorry, that will be the program for today. So after this session, there is another 5th session, and then we have the keynote and the special session. So that is the program for the rest of the day. Okay, let us get ready for our next speaker. Yes, please, Jasmine, you can share the screen. When you are ready, I shall introduce you.
Are you seeing my PowerPoint right now or no?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
All right, welcome to our next speaker. Jasmine Sahu Hawk is currently a rising fifth-year PhD candidate at Yale University in the US. Her journey into academia was far from straightforward. After studying for an English degree and then a master's in digital television production at the University of York, she worked for many years in film and television industry. Then testing out ancient Greek in her spare time, however, convinced her to return to study, and the rest, as they say, is history. She went to the University of Oxford in the United Kingdom to study classics and Egyptology, before crossing to the other side of the pond for her doctoral studies currently at Yale. Her dissertation looks at disability in ancient Greece and ancient Egypt in a comparative and intersectional framework. And since disability is an important part of her and family life, she is passionate about sharing her research as widely as possible and changing people's assumptions about disability in the ancient world. Today she will talk to us about disability and the dynamics of healing in Greek and Egyptian antiquity. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's been organizing this conference for giving me the opportunity to share my research. As Martine said, it's very important for me that this research and the work that other people are doing in this area is getting out to as wide a possible an audience, because we really want to change the stories that are told about disability in the ancient world. Just a few words about myself. So just as this quick visual description, I have light brown skin, brown eyes, short shaved hair, and I'm wearing a green blouse and cardigan with large round earrings, and I use she, her pronouns. So the following is part of the sort of work in progress from my dissertation, which, as Martine said, is this comparative study of disability, which I understand to be an intersectional phenomenon in ancient Greece and ancient Egypt. And my work really fits into a larger movement that's aimed at combating the erasure of disabled people from ancient history. And as I see it, this erasure takes two forms. So first, and this is something that I hear very often from non-academics, but also from scholars, there is an assumption that it isn't important to talk about disability in antiquity, because most people that we would count as disabled would have died early, whether that be through infanticide or exposure at birth, or simply from natural causes due to the effects of their impairments. So the assumption is that disabled people wouldn't be a significant demographic to consider. There is plenty of evidence that speaks against this, and if anybody was listening yesterday to Casey Kirkpatrick's presentation, you will have heard some of this from ancient Egypt. Unfortunately, I'm only going to be able to talk about a little bit of things today. There's a lot more work being done on this, and we are hopefully gradually eroding this position by bringing the wealth of evidence out to wider attention. The other way in which erasure of disability takes place, and this one comes more from work done within the area of academic study called disability studies, which tends to look at disability in the modern world and in more recent history. This idea is that we simply can't talk about disability in air quotes traditional societies, because the attitude that some bodies are air quotes normal and others are air quotes abnormal originates with the beginnings of industrialization. And Leonard Davis is a scholar that's particularly associated with that idea. And whilst there are lots of interesting points that are made within this argument about what disability is in the first place, the trouble is that a lot of these narratives tend to lump all of pre-modernity all together, and things are a lot more complicated than that, as you might expect. So ultimately, what I and others want to understand is what it meant to have an impairment in ancient times, And in so doing, we're taking part in a very self-conscious project that is about returning history to disabled people today and challenging narratives about societies and bodies that are limiting for all of us. So today I'm going to talk to you about some material that comes from the first chapter of my dissertation, which looks at healing institutions. Now, first of all, I just want to talk about why I'm interested in healing. And that might sort of seem quite obvious, but that in and of itself is a reflection of how integral medicine is to how we think about disability today. And that generally, that's because we're thinking about doctors offering treatment to disabled people. So scholars who work on disability in modern times, understandably, spend a lot of their time looking at the nature of that relationship and what it does to shape the experience of disability. And something that comes up quite frequently in those discussions is something called the medical model of disability. And the medical model holds that disability is situated in the body of the individual, and therefore the appropriate response to the challenges faced by disabled people in life is to, air quotes, correct the impairment in their body. And it's perhaps easiest to understand the implications of this medical model by contrasting it with what is known as the social model. And again, if you were listening to Casey's presentation yesterday, this is something you'll have heard before, but for anyone who wasn't there, I'll just give a quick summary of what this is. The social model holds that disability comes not from one individual, but rather from their society and environment. So someone who has a sight impairment is disabled more by the fact that their society imparts information through visual signage rather than through sound or touch than necessarily the fact that they cannot see. So in a society that understands disability according to the medical model, healing practitioners are obviously very important because those are the figures that do the treating of people. Since the medical model was introduced in the 70s and 80s, however, scholars have been pointing out that healing institutions could also contribute to the systematic structural oppression of disabled people. And that's not only by contributing to a system which in a way lets society off the hook for creating excluding environments by focusing attention on one individual's body, but also it can contribute by, in a sense, creating disability in the first place by dictating which bodies should be designated as air quotes normal and which ones are air quotes abnormal. Many scholars, for instance, have pointed towards the transformative effect of diagnosis, which takes a collection of symptoms and features of somebody's bodies and morphs those into being a labeled condition. Others have delved into the way that medicine has constructed the human body in the first place. And they particularly point out that if you describe body parts as being put together in a particular way in order to do just one particular function in one particular way, then this excludes different ways of functioning and is, besides, quite at odds with the scientific recognition that variation rather than uniformity is the rule in the biology of species. So while that is what has come out of using the social model to analyze disability. Today, disability studies is instead grappling with how to theorize embodied experiences of impairment. So whilst recognizing that healing institutions contribute to structural oppressions, there is a desire to try and factor in individual pain and desires for treatment without conceding ground to restrictive understandings of the body. So I think from that very whirlwind tour through some things that have been written about healing institutions, you might see that it's quite a complex and fascinating area of study. But what the challenge is for those of us looking at antiquity is how to use this work, which is done in modern context, to examine ancient sources. And my answer to that question is basically to distill this down into a series of questions that we can ask ourselves when we are looking at ancient sources. So first, we can ask whether these sources construct the body according to normative or teleological frameworks. So do they put forward the idea of the body or a body part functioning in a particular way that is, air quotes, normal? Or does it do that they function in a particular way in order to achieve certain goals or functions in life? Second, and this sort of follows on from the first, we can ask how healing institutions shape responses to impairment. So essentially, I'm interested in how whatever explanatory framework or construction of the body these sources use, how that plays out in treatment. And then third, we can look at what social authority healing practitioners wield outside of their institutions. So one of the key ways in which medical institutions in modern times contribute to structural oppression is by acting as the authority that defines what is disability and what is not for the rest of society. The question is, did ancient institutions have the power to do that? These are, I hope you can appreciate, quite big questions, and there is an awful lot of ancient medical material out there. We have been hearing about so many different varieties of things during this conference. I'm sure you can appreciate that there's so much that we could look at. But what I've elected to do is examine these questions through a more specific case study, namely infertility. The obvious question there is why infertility? Because that's admittedly not something that many people would consider to be a disability today, although that perspective is disputed. Many, however, have suggested that it would constitute a specifically female disability in antiquity, particularly if we understand disability from a social model perspective. So, for example, the scholar Martha Lynn Rose claimed, quote, barrenness, not a variant gait or asymmetrical body, would have constituted a meaningful category of physical disability in the case of Greek women of childbearing age, end quote. I've also chosen to look at this particular case study because helpfully for me, there's a distinct and useful comparable body of material in both Greek and Egyptian repertoires, which makes it useful for the specific project that I'm trying to do. So what I'm going to do now is take one intriguing feature from the material and to make a very small comparative analysis. And at this point, I just want to emphasize that this is emphatically a work in progress. So the following is still somewhat preliminary, but I hope I can showcase here what can be done. So I'm going to start non-chronologically with ancient Greece. I've been looking specifically at the medical writings from a set of doctors whose works were later collected under the name of Hippocrates, although it is unclear which, if any, of these were actually written by this person himself. And within these works, we find treatises that are devoted to, air quotes, women's issues. And among those, we find a number of recipes that purport to reveal whether or not an individual woman will be able to become pregnant or not. So a fertility test, in other words. And these tests use various mechanisms, but the one that I want to show you flags up a particularly interesting feature of the way that the Hippocratic authors constructed the female body. So it reads, quote, apply the suppository to the uterus and look the next day whether you smell it through her mouth. For if you smell it, she will become pregnant, but if not, then not, end quote. Now, this might sound a little strange, at least until you learn that, according to the Hippocratic doctors, a woman was imagined to have a direct pathway through her body from her nose and mouth to her vagina. This was known as the hodos. And in other recipes, we find scents and fumigations being used at either end, which is what you can see illustrated on the image that I have on the slide, which is taken from a medieval manuscript of the Hippocratic texts. And it shows a woman with something being waved under her nose, sitting beside a fire, which is about to be used to fumigate her vagina. So what seems to be the case from recipes like this one that I'm showing you is that a clear hodos was seen to be important to be able to bear children for a woman. But was that why a woman was thought to have a hodos in the first place? In other words, does this reveal a teleological understanding of female anatomy, which sees the whole body being directed towards childbearing? Well, if I look at another few passages, we'll see that it's a kind of complicated situation. So on the one hand, the apparent reason for this structuring of the woman's body lies in the fact that the Hippocratics believed women had moister, more porous and spongy flesh than men. And so they had to do something to get rid of the additional moisture that accumulated in their system. So in one of the gynecological treatises, it says, quote, because of having soft flesh, when her body fills with blood, unless it discharges from the body with her flesh being filled and warmed, a woman has pain, end quote. So the process here is that excess moisture becomes blood in the body and then flows via the hodos to the uterus and is then evacuated as menstrual blood. So in this case, what it seems to be is that the hodos is there to evacuate that excess moisture. And we could say, instead of thinking of that as being a kind of teleological structuring of the body directed towards a particular function, it seems instead kind of reactive. A woman's flesh is porous and moist, therefore there's a hodos. It's not quite the same thing. However, this picture is a little complicated by the fact that the Hippocratics also believed that the blood in the uterus would nourish the fetus. So this passage tells us, quote, when a woman is pregnant, blood from her whole body goes down to the uterus little by little, and standing around what is in the uterus in a circle increases it, end quote. So then the question is this sort of incidental? The blood is there because the woman's body is moist, it needs to be evacuated, and if there happens to be a fetus, it's one way in which the blood will be soaked up, as it were. Or should we flip this? Does the fact that the fetus is nourished by this blood mean that this is the reason a woman's body is moister in the first place? It's arguably a bit of a chicken and egg conundrum, to be honest. There's nothing of that kind said explicitly. So what we might think is that there could be an implicit possibility of thinking about female anatomy in that way. And this could be brought out by individual doctors when dealing with female patients, in which case it would really depend on what kind of authority they might wield as to how far such construction of the body would impact on disablement because of infertility. So that's the Greek material that I want to talk about today. Now let me turn to Egypt. There's a slightly smaller but still abundant corpus of texts from ancient Egypt, as we have been hearing a few times throughout the last couple of days. And as with the Greek material, I'm going to focus today on just one recipe, and I think you will very quickly see why I have picked this one. Okay, so this little passage from Papyrus Carlsberg 8 says, quote, another method for knowing a woman not giving birth. You should place a tuber of onion for the night into her vagina until dawn. If a stench appears in her mouth, she will give birth. If, and then there's a little break in the text, she will never give birth. Sound familiar? Well, as in the Greek material, we have here a recipe that seems to require that there should be a passage from mouth to vagina through a woman's body, and that this must be clear enough to transmit a scent in order for her to become pregnant. The similarity is very striking, and it will come as no surprise that this is one of the recipes that's used to argue for Egyptian influence on Hippocratic Greek medicine. And that's certainly very plausible. But what I am more interested in here is not whether or not the one treatment derives from the other, but why this is supposed to work within each culture's different explanatory systems. Is it the same or different? And what does that mean for the broader question about the meaning of infertility as an impairment? So Unlike the Greek material, unfortunately, our Egyptian medical texts are not as verbose about their exact reasoning. And one way that we can go about trying to figure out what this was is to look elsewhere in the medical texts for material that's not specifically associated with women. And in this passage from the Ebers Papyrus, we could possibly get a sense of this being part of a wider Egyptian physiology. So it reads, quote, "The vessels join together at his heart, they branch out to his nose and unite together at his anus," end quote. These vessels, which are called the metu, are in the other parts of Papyrus Ebers and particularly described as carrying all kinds of things: air, water, blood, semen, feces. And it might lead us to argue that simply all Egyptian bodies were expected to have channels running right through them, and that women would therefore be nothing special, which would undermine any sort of teleological understanding of that channel between mouth and nose and the vagina. It's hard to ignore, however, certain images that come from the New Kingdom that seem to speak very directly towards a connection between the mouth and the vagina associated with childbearing, and which might offer a different female-specific explanatory framework for this phenomenon. So there is this one here, which I will show you. It's perhaps a little bit hard to see on a small screen, but what we have here is an image from the ceiling of the tomb of Ramesses VI, which shows the goddess Nut stretched in the lower half of this image across the world. And here on the right, as I'm showing you in a close-up image now, there is a large red disc approaching her mouth, while over here on the left, as I'm showing you in another close-up, that same disc, now a bright yellow color, is emerging with outspread wings from her vagina. In the central image, meanwhile, you can make out that this disc, this red dot, is depicted as moving all the way through her body. So this image refers to the myth that at sunset every day, the orb of the sun, the god Re, is eaten by the goddess of the sky, Nut, as he sets on the western horizon, and then he travels through her body during the night and is born from her again every morning. So this is, in essence, a case of impregnation through the mouth. And now you might think, given that this is a goddess and there are a few unusual reproductive methods that turn up in Egyptian myths, spitting on the ground, for instance, that this wouldn't have much to do with real people. But that would be to reckon without the complex relationship between divine and profane worlds in Egyptian culture. So our so-called medical texts that I've been talking about are more accurately called magico-medical texts. Since among the treatments that we have, we also have incantations, as Charlotte was just talking about a moment ago. Many of those incantations, meanwhile, evoke elements of myth to make their magic work in the first place. So still, even if Nut is the reason behind treatments that rely on a channel within the female body, what would this tell us about why such a channel was thought to exist, or infertility as a disability? And a really helpful text for thinking about this comes from the cenotaph of King Seti I. I've got a long quote from this on the slide now. I'm not going to read it all, but to summarize, it tells us that Geb, who is the earth god and the husband of Nut, was angry with Nut because she swallowed their children, who are the stars. Their father, Shu, however, reassures him that, quote, "she shall give birth to them and they shall live again," end quote. And this highlights that eating, the moment of conception through the mouth, is a kind of death, and that through this channel, death and life, dying and being born, are linked together. It's worth adding, moreover, that there seems to be a very essential connection between this inseparable binary, life and death, and Nut's femaleness. Egyptian culture is quite unusual in the world in having a sky goddess and a male earth god. Most cultures are the other way around, including the ancient Greeks. So it may be argued that this is the case because the sky had to be female in order to facilitate the sun's transition between death, the sunset, and life, the sunrise. So if we return now to human women, we may suggest that that channel might function in a symbolically similar way. It's a sort of potentially a portal, if you will, that is pointed towards life-giving, but has to preserve that connection between the area of death, making it at least magically important for the activity of childbearing. What's really crucial to point out now is that in suggesting this, it's not the same as claiming that there is an explicit teleology to Egyptian medical sources. I'm speculating about a connection, but there's nothing, as I've said, in the magical texts themselves that explicitly lays out that this is why a woman's body is structured in this way. Nevertheless, there is this cosmological framework. The stories and the images of Nut are out there and might easily be interwoven into the way that treatments might be delivered by practitioners to their patients. And physicians in ancient Egypt might also have been priests very frequently. And this final thought kind of brings us around to essentially the same point that we came to regarding the ancient Greek material. The necessity for a relational interface, a personal encounter that draws out the potentials for teleology from the source material. So in the next stage of my dissertation research, therefore, what I'm looking to do is delve more into who these practitioners were and whether the authority that they wielded could have created disabling conditions. That's all I have time to talk to you about today. Thank you so much for listening. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Very fascinating. You showed us so many aspects already of what seems to be a very large study that is still ongoing. And also, it's nice to see how you make it personal, how you said that you want to make people aware of disability in modern and ancient worlds. So thank you very much. That was all very interesting. Let's see if we have any questions or comments. I can't see anything yet. Does anyone have any questions for Jasmine?
I'm very happy to talk about other examples that we have of impairment in the ancient world, if that would be interesting and helpful.
Yes, please do.
I mean, we heard some things from Casey yesterday, particularly some depictions and also the biomedical evidence that we have from ancient Egypt, which is one of the things that makes Egypt such an interesting place to examine for this, because as I mentioned at the beginning, one of the reasons people often don't want to talk about this is that they're worried that, well, people with disabilities, we assume that they must have died very early in life, and yet from the biomedical material that comes out of Egypt, it is very categorically proven that we have individuals who are in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, who have survived long beyond childhood with various impairments. And so we need to take into account what their everyday lives might have been like and what it means to have an impairment in antiquity. And this then kind of provides a kind of corrective, hopefully, to what has happened so often in examination of ancient history, which is that we've assumed that all the people we're talking about are able-bodied, that they come at the world from a similar perspective to ourselves, and that seems utterly erroneous from the evidence that we have.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. Since you also want to make people aware of disability in the ancient and modern worlds more in general, how would you say people in the ancient world looked at people with disabilities compared to how we see it now?
Well, for the first thing to say there is that they did not have a framework of disability such as we do today. So we have to imagine that we're thinking about different ways of understanding the body and therefore different notions of how it ought to work. This is why the first element of what I'm doing is looking at healing institutions in particular, because this seems to be a very useful place in which to ask those questions. So how is the body constructed? What are impairments as they might be understood in antiquity? So there are a lot of things that we might think about being a disability today, which are simply not a factor for consideration in the ancient world. For most people. So, for instance, an example I often give is thinking about dyslexia. We in the modern world live in societies that are very concerned with literacy, and reading and writing are used in everyday life constantly. But for the vast majority of people in antiquity, reading and writing is simply not a part of their lives. So that as an impairment doesn't necessarily exist in the same sense. So being able to, people often will point towards certain depictions that we might see of particularly people with dwarfism, etc., which have been interpreted as being a sort of negative way of viewing people with disabilities. But this is sort of, we are often reading those sources with our own modern assumptions in mind, rather than trying to reconstruct how they might be approached from an ancient perspective. So that's the first step that we have to take before we can even begin to answer the question of what ancient people thought about disability. It's basically, well, what does disability mean for them in the first place anyway?
Yes, thank you very much. That makes sense, definitely. It's interesting how you come up with the example of, say, dyslexia. In a world where not so many people were literate, it wasn't a problem for many of them. So yeah, it is interesting how you explain it. And you're right. It's first we need to see how people in the ancient world actually looked at disability before we can continue and answer those, yeah, and answer any further questions. Thank you very much. Let's see if we have any further questions. Is there any suggestion anywhere that Egyptians or Greek practiced oral sex? Oh wow, okay. Might this belief in the gods suggest that ingesting salmon would be a good thing to do?
There certainly is reference to this. I'm afraid I'm not as familiar with the source material as I would like to be. It's literally on my to read list. That I found recently was an article that is about oral sex in ancient Egypt in particular. Um, People certainly speculate that that is kind of a reason why this could be there. I think it's difficult since we don't have any references, as far as I'm aware, to any living human woman actually conceiving through that process. It turns up in myth, as you said, and also in sort of what we would call fictional stories, but not ever in any medical text, for instance, saying something like, and if you have a patient, if you have a woman who has conceived through her mouth, this is what you do. That never turns up. So I would suggest that even though there's this idea of that connection between mouth and vagina, that it's unlikely that they actually thought that this would be a viable method of conceiving a child, but that they could be that particular sexual act could still have been could have had symbolic value because of this broader mythical structure.
Thank you very much. I hope that answered the question. I do see a few more questions, but I'm afraid we do have to move on to our next speaker because we still have quite a few presentations coming up afterwards. Thank you so much, Jasmine. That was fascinating, and best of luck going forward with your research.
Thank you so much.
All right, we now welcome our next speaker. Patrick Grango is an historian and graduate from the University of Lodz in Poland. Yes, welcome, I see you. Where he is currently a research assistant in the Department of Byzantine History at the University of Lodz. His research interests primarily concern the ancient history of food, with currently a focus on seafood. That sounds interesting, I like seafood. And the history of ancient medicine. He is also interested in antiquity from the perspectives of social history, cultural history, and the relationships between humans and nature. He further studies the reception of antiquity through the ages and reception of Egyptian civilization in Greek and Roman historiography. In 2022, he wrote and defended his bachelor's thesis entitled The Beliefs of Ancient Egyptians in Diodorus Siculus Bibliotheca Historica, and last year in 2024, he defended his master's thesis entitled Aquatic Fauna and the Culinary Art and Medicine of Antiquity in the Light of Select Literary Sources. Today he will talk to us about the use of selected seafood in ancient gynecology from the 4th century BC to the 5th century AD. Welcome, Patrick. Please share if you have a presentation ready.
Of course, welcome everyone. Just a second. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay.
All right, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to welcome you and to be here in this fascinating conference. And first, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to speak today and present part of my research about seafood in antiquity. Ancient medicine made extensive use of wide range of natural resources for the preparation of medicinal remedies. Among the substances classified as materia medica, aquatic animals also found its place and was employed by ancient physicians for therapeutic purposes. What is interesting, alongside gastrological disorders or dermatological conditions, marine-derived remedies were also used to treat so-called woman diseases. That is, gynecological ailments as well as complications related to pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period. My presentation aims to analyze the usage of selected species of seafood, specifically octopus, squid, cuttlefish, and murex snails, in the treatment of women diseases in antiquity. This analysis will help to determine the significance of marine fauna in ancient medical practices, identify the types of conditions that afflicted women at that time, explore the therapeutic methods employed to address them, and also examine the process of drug preparation and usage in ancient world. But before proceeding to the main part of my presentation, I would like to briefly outline the primary sources that form the basis of my research. And my analysis of the role of seafood in ancient gynecology is grounded primarily in the works of several key ancient authors, like Hippocrates, Pliny the Elder, Dioscorides, and Oribasius. With the exception of Pliny, all three were prominent physicians and authors of medical treatises in which one can find, among other things, pharmaceutical recipes and description of therapeutic procedures. Pliny the Elder, for he was not a physician himself, devoted several books of his natural history to the medicine, and 32nd book of his natural history deals specifically with the medicinal use of seafood and marine fauna. The majority of the textual passages presented today are drawn from works included in the so-called Corpus Hippocraticum, a collection traditionally attributed to Hippocrates. However, it is important to note that these texts were composed over an extended period of time and their actual authorship remains unknown. It can only be assumed that they were written by physicians associated with Hippocratic school on cause. Nevertheless, for the sake of simplicity, I will refer to Hippocrates as the author of these works. A similar issue arises with the treatise Ecloga Medicamentorum, traditionally ascribed to Eurybazius, a late antique physician who lived at the turn of the 4th and 5th century. And also in this case as well, the true authorship cannot be definitively established. And the first seafood that was used in ancient gynecology that I would like to talk about today is squid. Mainly two species found in Mediterranean Sea, Loligo vulgaris and also Todarodes sagittatus. This animal was widely known and used in the culinary art by the ancient Greeks and Romans. And what is interesting, the meat of this cephalopod also found use in gynecology. In the medical treatise Ecloga Medicamentorum, the author describes the use of squid meat in the treatment of gynecological disorders. According to this text, a diet including squid, as well as other cephalopods, collectively referred as malakia, was described to stimulate the flow of blood and thus induce menstruation. In cases where a woman suffered from delayed or suppressed menstruation, not due to pregnancy, of course, but as a result of illness, the author recommended a multifaceted therapeutic approach, which includes baths, walks, and of course specific dietary regime. And you can see on this slide this particularly dietary regime noted in Ecloga Medicamentorum. And these passages highlights the presumed therapeutic efficacy of marine fauna, especially cephalopods, but also other seafood like probably mussels and Venus clams, in promoting menstrual flow, an important concern in ancient gynecological practice. Another cephalopod that found application in the treatment of women diseases was the cuttlefish, mostly Sepia officinalis, but also another species found in Mediterranean Sea, Sepiola rondeleti. And this delicacy, and this seafood, highly prized in antiquity, became a significant component of the materia medica, as evidenced by a relatively large number of passages found in medical treatises. Initially in gynecology, cuttlefish meat was employed, also utilized in the treatment of diseases of the urinary and digestive systems. Hippocrates, in his work De Mulierum Affectibus, among the substances for purification or aiding the expulsion of lochia, which is puerperal discharges, which should be administered to women after childbirth and placenta delivery, mentions, among other things, roasted cuttlefish. Furthermore, in De Mulierum Affectibus, the physician from Kos, when describing the ailment of uterine os displacement, causing difficulties in conception, alongside various therapeutic interventions like, for example, fumigation, steam baths, or manual reposition of the os to its correct position, recommends that patient consume, among other things, octopuses and small cuttlefish boiled in wine and oil. Similar to the case of squid, cuttlefish meat was also recommended by the author of Ecloga Medicamentorum to women suffering from delayed or suppressed menstruation, as he believed that the consumption of malakia would stimulate the blood and inducting menstrual bleeding. Similar to cuttlefish meat, also cattle bone, known as ossepia, the internal skeleton of the cuttlefish, a flat plate primarily composed of calcium carbonate, has also been used in the treatment of diseases of the female reproductive system. In the work De Sterilibus, the author included a recipe for vaginal suppository, which was applied when a pregnant woman experienced menstruation. And of course, it should be noted that the menstrual bleeding does not occur naturally during pregnancy, and it was mostly likely a symptom of pregnancy pathology, like, for example, placenta previa or premature placental abruption. And to prepare such a suppository, dried donkey droppings, red ochre, and cattle bone were to be finely ground, and the resulting powder was to be placed in a cloth shaped into a suppository and applied into vagina. This prepared and applied medicament was probably intended to stop unwanted menstruation, but due to the lack of research in this area, medical research, it is impossible to determine the effectiveness of such therapy. In the Superfoetatione, the author recommends using cattle bone to prepare a remedy employed in case of uterine prolapse. This medicament was to be formulated from powdered cattle bone combined with wine. Unfortunately, we don't know what specific kind of wine, but we know that the author omits the specification of the proportional constituents. The prepared remedy was to be applied to the genitalia using hair and or wool. Presumably the uterus was to be smeared with the ointment. However, the text lacks information on the specifics of the drug application. In another treatise from Corpus Hippocraticum, De Mulierum Affectibus, the application of cattle bone in gynecology also appears to be described. The author of the work provides two recipes for suppositories for a pregnant woman. And in both fragments, among ingredients needed to make this pharmaceutical, ostracon is mentioned, and this polysemens term can denote, among other things, snail shells, bivalve shells, and cattle bone. It is therefore likely that cattle bone was also used to make these suppositories, described in De Mulierum Affectibus. However, depending on the availability of products, it was perhaps used interchangeably with snail and bivalve shells. In the first of the receipts, the author of De Mulierum Affectibus recommends burning cucumber seeds and ostracon and then dissolving the ashes in wine. The prepared mixture was to be applied on her hair or a piece of wool and inserted intravaginally. Unfortunately, the author does not specify in the recipe in what cases this drug should be used, but based on the passage preceding the discussed fragment, we can assume that this suppository was to help a woman expel the placenta or the fetus. Further, in the Mulierum Affectibus, the author also describes a recipe for an expulsive suppository, which should be used in the case of fetal death. To obtain such a medicament, powdered, fresh ostracon was to be mixed with goose fat. And due to the lack of research in this area, we also cannot say if this treatment was working. Also, cuttlefish eggs were also utilized in the treatment of female ailments, as evidenced by several preserved passages. Hippocrates in De Mulierum Affectibus indicates that cuttlefish eggs were a component of a medicinal concoction to be administered orally to women to expel the placenta, induce abortion, or stimulate menstruation. This mixture was prepared from 5 beetles of the family Meloideae, known also as cantarid beetles, with their wings, legs, and heads removed, most likely crushed, of course. Also with water chestnut, which was to be ground with an equal quantity of chamomile, celery seeds, and 15 cuttlefish eggs. All these ingredients were to be mixed with sweet diluted wine and given when the patient experienced pain. An almost identical formula we can find in another work of Hippocrates, De Natura Mulieribus. Hippocrates describes a very similar prescription to the above in another fragment of De Mulierum Affectivus, with the difference being the route of administration and form of medicine. The earlier passages describe a liquid for consumption, whereas in this section of De Mulierum Affectivus, the author describes a suppository, most probably vaginal, and this different pharmaceutical form, while retaining the same ingredients, likely necessitated adjustment in the quantity of wine used. According to Hippocrates, cuttlefish eggs could also be utilized in the treatment of uterine os displacement, causing difficulties in conception. As the physician describes in De Mulierum Affectivus, for a patient suffering from such an ailment, alongside various therapeutic interventions like fumigation, he recommends giving a medicament in the morning consisting of undiluted wine, to which precisely ground elderberry fruits, and 10 or 12 cuttlefish eggs should be added to form a smooth paste. In another fragment of the same work, Hippocrates recommends yet another therapy for patients suffering from uterine displacement. As the physician from Kos describes, first, among other things, the woman should be washed with hot water, her uterus rinsed with a decoction of fennel and wormwood, her uterine os physically repositioned, and after such a treatment, a vaginal suppository applied. However, if the woman menstruates during the therapy, then suppositories should not be used, and she should be given to drink 4 cantarid beetles without wings, legs, and head, 5 black peony seeds, cuttlefish eggs, and some celery seeds in the wine. The above medicine is highly similar to the medicament that Hippocrates prescribed to women for the expulsion of the placenta or fetus. Cuttlefish eggs were also potentially used as the ingredient in postpartum medication for women, intended to aid in the cleansing of or expulsion of lochia. As described in De Mulierum Affectivus, the patient should ingest medications beneficial for uterus, to which cuttlefish eggs or castoreum have been added. And inferring from other remedies used for female ailments, it's probably that the cuttlefish eggs were crushed with various herbs and mixed with wine to drink. The last cephalopod used in antiquity in gynecological therapies was the octopus, primarily the species like Octopus vulgaris, but also Octopus macropus, Eledone moschata, and Eledone cirrhosa. The consumption of common octopus meat was frequently recommended for patients suffering from gynecological conditions or during the postpartum period. Hippocrates, in his work De Mulierum Affectivus, lists roasted small octopuses and cuttlefish among the agents intended to clear lochia. That should be given to women after childbirth and placenta expulsion. Furthermore, in De Mulierum Affectivus, the author while describing the ailment of uterine os displacement, suggests that the patient consume octopuses and small cuttlefish boiled in wine and oil. This recommendation is made alongside various other therapeutic activities, of course. Similar indication for the same ailment can also be found in De Superfoetatione, where Hippocrates advises, start of quotation, let her eat the cooked meat of fat puppies and octopus cooked in sweet wine, and let her drink the broth from it. End of quotation. Rebecca Fallas suggests that the inclusion of cooked octopus in the previous mentioned passages might have stemmed from the moisturizing and purgative properties of this cephalopod flesh. Hippocrates also discusses the use of octopus in peripartum therapeutics in De Morbis Popularibus. He states that to induce labor in women, a vaginal suppository of natron, coriander, cumin should be applied, and large quantities of hot, half-roasted or half-burnt octopus should be given for consumption. The list of therapeutic dietary application for octopus meat in female ailments, we can expand with another passage from the Superfoetatione. Hippocrates describes various concoctions intended to quickly induce menstruation, among which he includes beaten octopus to be consumed as follows. Start of quotation. She should eat softened by beating octopus and likewise swallow celery and asparagus seeds and drink white wine 3 times a day on an empty stomach. End of quotation. This diet rich in celery seeds, asparagus and octopus was intended to induce menstrual bleeding in patient likely suffering from primary or secondary amenorrhea or menstrual cycle irregulations. And the final seafood, whose application in ancient gynecology is confirmed and I would like to talk about today, is purple shell snails, also called murex snails, possibly known to you by their Greek name Porphyra and Latin Purpura. These refer to 3 species of marine gastropods, Hexaplex trunculus, Thais hemastoma, and Bolinus brandaris. And as the Pliny the Elder states in the 32nd book of his natural history, the ash of murex shells, when combined with honey, was considered an effective remedy for breast pain in women. This pain can be attributed to various factors, including hormonal fluctuations during menstruation, mastitis, or milk stasis. And this ointment was intended for topical application, specifically for anointing the afflicted breasts. Dioscorides, in turn, recommended the use of another part of murex snails, the operculum, which is a calcareous structure formed by snail to completely or partially close the aperture of its shell. And in the treatment of due to Dioscorides, it should be also used in the treatment of female ailments. And this part of the snail was believed to assist women suffering from so-called uterine suffocation and also to aid in the expulsion of the placenta after childbirth. For this purpose, fumigation was to be employed. The woman's genitalia organs were to be sensed with smoke produced during the combustion of murex opercula, perhaps only externally or perhaps by introducing smoke into vagina. And to conclude my presentation, as you have heard during my presentation, seafood was used in the treatment of women diseases, in ailments associated to the functioning of the female reproductive system or during pregnancy and postpartum. Medicines containing marine products were administered for various purposes, including the induction of menstruation, the expulsion of placenta, the termination of pregnancy, the cleansing or discharge of lochia, treatment of uterine prolapse and female infertility, as well as for the management of hysterical suffocation. Therapeutic practices involved not only the consumption of the flesh of seafood, but also made use of various anatomical components, such as ossepia and operculum, and substances produced by these creatures like eggs. During therapy, seafood was usually consumed as part of therapeutical diet, but also in the form of liquid medicines for drinking. But also seafood was, from seafood they made suppositories, ointments, and it is impossible, unfortunately, to for now, of course, to study the efficacy of the described medications or therapies. Unfortunately, there is a lack of research in this area, but I hope in the future it will change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Patrick. That was very interesting. I already see a question here. What are the cultural associations around seafoods that might have made it suitable to include in gynecological recipes?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Probably culture also have some impact on the usage of seafood in gynecological treatment, because as you know, or maybe not, also in antiquity, seafood was considered as aphrodisiacs, as animals especially sacrificed to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, of sexuality, and so on. So probably also because of that, they were used for example, problems with infertility of women. So yes, probably cultural also was very important in the usage of seafood in ancient gynecology. Thank you very much for this question.
Thank you. I would like to ask something as well. You mentioned the hair of a hare a few times. Why a hare and why not other animals?
It's a good question. Probably, I don't know specifically why this hair, not other hair of other animal. Probably it was it's a good question.
Just something I thought.
Unfortunately, I didn't find the answer for that in the this medical treatise. So, thank you very much for that, and I will check it soon.
All right, thank you. It's just something that came up in my mind when I saw a few times the hair of a hare, that I was wondering why the hair. Thank you.
Maybe also because it's comfy and pleasant to touch. Maybe, yes. I don't know.
All right, yeah, that would make sense. I see another question here. Would it be expensive to obtain these materials for recipes?
For some seafood, yes, and for some seafood, no, because some seafood was very expensive products, unfortunately. So only the wealthy people could afford to buy them and use them. But also some of these products that I mentioned were quite weren't expensive, like cattle bone, because cattle bone was trash for the most of the people, because when you catch cuttlefish, you want meat of the cuttlefish, not cattle bone. So they throw it to the. They throw it. Also, the cattle bones. You can find many cattle bones, like in hundreds, in the beach. Also, like any other shells of gastropods or bivalve. So shells and cattle bones weren't expensive. They were quite cheap, but meat of the seafood was quite expensive, and only upper class could afford that.
Yes, thank you. I see another question in the YouTube chat. I think octopus, etc., are very high in iron. Did the ancients have any awareness of anemia and the effects of iron-rich food? Oh, that's interesting.
Very interesting question. To be honest, I didn't find any of this information, but also I didn't focus on that. So can't answer the question, but thank you very much. I will check it also.
Perfect. And then one last question here in the YouTube chat. Do we have any primary sources, either Hippocratic texts or any other ones, that talk about why they think these seafoods can help with gynecological issues?
Mostly medical treatises, like as I mentioned, Corpus Hippocraticum, but also works of Oribasius. Today I mentioned only Ecloga Medicamentorum, but also we can find some informations about gynecological treatment in other treatises written by Oribasius, like Collectiones Medicae. Also, there is a lot of information in Galen's treatise, De Simplicium Medicamentorum, De Compositione Medicamentorum per genera, and so on and so on. Also, as I mentioned, in Dioscorides' works, and also I will recommend the text of Athenaeus of Naucratis, De Hypnosophistae, because some of the information about dietary treatment due to gynecological ailments we can also find in this work. But of course it's not the main purpose of this work, so it's very just few informations. But mainly when you want to look for that information, you should check Galen first, also Corpus Hippocraticum, Oribasius, and late antiquity and early Byzantine doctors, like for example Paulo Vegina also. So there is a lot of text where we can find such an information.
Sounds like quite a lot. Yeah, that's good. I hope that answered the questions from the people in the chat who had questions. Fascinating research. Thank you so much. And
Thank you very much.
best of luck going forward. Let me check one more time if we have any final questions, comments here. No, I can't see anything. Would you like to add anything more?
No. Thank you very much for the attention.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, and best of luck going forward with your research. All right, now moving on. Thank you so much to our four speakers. That was a fascinating panel. That was a fascinating panel on caring for and by the marginalized. We saw four very different topics, different talks, but it all came together in the end. So thank you so much to all our speakers for this panel. That was fascinating. We've learned a lot. I've learned a lot as well. So now, before we continue with the next panel, number 5, there will be a short talk in between about one of the SASA teams. We had a few of those talks yesterday, and there will be a few more again today. Welcome to Julie Levy, who will talk to us about the virtual conference team and the MOSCOMS team. Julie does so many things for SASA. She's amazing. And on top of everything, she is also very busy with the conference team, like what we're doing here today, and MOSCOMS team, and she would like to share a bit about what she does with the team. So it's over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Martina. Let me just share my slides. Everybody see that, I hope. All right. Hi. For those who didn't see me yesterday, I'm Julie Levy. I wear many hats here at SASA. I am our managing director, and as such, one of my jobs is to step in where we need some assistance. And the virtual conference team has been my baby this year. I hope you are all enjoying yourselves. I definitely have been absolutely wowed by our speakers so far. This has been absolutely wonderful. And thank you so much to all of our participants, because really this has just been, the participation has been wonderful. So I did want to start by telling you a little bit about our virtual conference team, who's on it and who's helping out and all of that jazz. So as you can see, I've been leading the team. My co-lead is Anwin, and she led the team actually for 3 years before me. She's absolutely so generous with her time and her expertise. So if you've ever enjoyed this conference, please know that you have An to thank. as well as David, our founding and executive director, who has been running the tech every year. He likes to sit in the background and watch everything go by. Um, so please know that those lovely people have been behind this conference every time it's run, and they're just absolutely fabulous at it. I don't think there's another conference like this out there. Not something that is both academic and aimed at the public and free to access online. So what we are trying to do to bring all of this to you, we want this to spread. We want other people to join us in this movement of making academia more accessible, making ancient studies more accessible, and generally giving you around the world, in whatever profession, age group, demographic that you're in, access to what has been traditionally locked up in the ivory tower. Um, so we do have a wonderful team of volunteers and translators. Right now, our volunteers are Alison Cayetano and Billy McCarthy, who have done just an excellent job setting up all of the background stuff, working with our partners, making sure that we have the right designs to go forward, making sure that you can find out about us via advertising and social media. I'm working with other teams within SASA. We also have two current translators who are kind of coordinating a bunch of translators who come and go on SASA. That's Susana Vega, who has been dealing with our Spanish translations, and Rahma Al-Mari, who has been dealing with our Arabic translations. And we do hope to build on both those languages in the future, as I briefly mentioned yesterday. We also want to shout out our live moderators for this conference who have been doing just an excellent job. Yesterday morning we had Esther Brown, who is my assistant as manager, and then Martina, who has been shepherding us lovely through this morning. And later today you will see Parthika and Habiba, who are just absolutely fabulous, stepped in at the last minute, but they are consummate hosts. They run all of our live events along with Lauren Kubosh, and they have been doing just a fabulous job. So please, everybody, do thank them for the work that they are doing, keeping this conference running. If you do have any questions or concerns about this conference, if you want to become a participant in this conference, you can always email us at conference@saveancientstudies.org any time of year. We will check that email, we will get it. So please, if you have an interest in being a part and you don't see how to join normally, that is always available. We are already planning next year's conference. We know what we are going to do. We want to do fashion-forward interdisciplinary approaches to ancient apparel. So that's going to cover anything from ancient, ancient fashion, ancient armor, amulets, shoes, anything that's along those lines. We're going to be really looking for papers from around the world, because fashion is something that changes constantly, and that's something that we love to see. We love to see it now. We love to see it then. I would not be surprised to get a paper just on the outfits of Osiris, because if you've ever looked at depictions of Osiris, he has some taste. So like we could see so much here. There are hairstyle historians who've recreated Roman matrons' hairstyles. There are material historians who work on armor, just all kinds of things. I'm very excited about this idea. We do already know we have planned dates. So next July, it'll be the 19th and 20th. It'll again be a Sunday and a Monday. And the call for papers will probably go out in early 2026. But the registration will be open as soon as we can get the website ready. So this is upcoming. Just looking into the future of the conference, we will, of course, bring in new volunteers. We will bring in new presenters and new moderators. It's a new thing every year and the same thing every year in a very wonderful way. So I do encourage you, if you enjoy this format at all, if you like the topic of ancient fashion at all, please do think about registering, keeping an eye on our conference page. And if you have ideas, if that sparks a thought for you, start thinking about what you might present because we love to see it. We love to have a wide variety of options for our presentations, and we're very interested in a worldwide view. So every virtual conference is streamed with partners across the internet. We would like to give a special thank you to those streaming partners where you are probably watching us today. So we, of course, do stream on SASA's own YouTube and Twitch and so forth. But we also are partnered with World of Antiquity, World History Encyclopedia, History with Kaylee, and Digital Hammurabi this year. So thank you so much to the four of them for being willing to broadcast our content to their audiences. We do have a strong partnership with a number of different organizations across the internet. We are trying to make as big an ancient studies tent as possible. If your organization or a channel that you like to watch or anything might be interested in being a streaming partner with us next year, of course, please contact us through conference at ancientstudies.org. I also wanted to turn some attention onto our mass communications team, where I am very temporarily in charge, but they've given me the task of presenting on their behalf. So our mass communications team is how you hear about what's happening in SASA if you don't catch it on social media. We have so much going on all the time. There is a newsletter, the Oracle, that goes out once or twice a month, depending on how much is happening, that has fun new events, fun new stories, anything that has come out in the last month with our teams, anything coming up that you might want to sign up for, including volunteer opportunities. And of course, all of our live events for the month. Those all lined up in the Oracle, and if you want just a one-stop shop for what is going on at SASA at any given time, I do encourage you to sign up. You can go to our website and click the sign up link. I highly encourage it. The Oracle is very well produced and very informative. In addition, we have a number of mailing lists, depending on who you are and what you would like to be included on. We have mailing lists that go specifically out to educators of various kinds, to university administrators, to partners who might want to be involved in an event. Because we do have events where we bring in, for instance, a bunch of our ancient partners to talk about fun topics, especially during our fundraiser events. The birthday bash in spring, I think it's in April, March or April. I can't remember quite what we decided on for next year. And our Halloween bash, obviously, at the end of October. So we do have a lot of different mailing lists, and you can contact us to let us know if you'd like to be included on any particular mailing lists, to hear more targeted information than just our newsletter. And finally, I wanted to talk about our blog because we do have a very active blog. We've had a lot of posts going out, and right now the latest one is about our Archaeo Gaming summer season. So we do have a live Archaeo Gaming team that plays video games with ancient studies content, brings on experts to talk about it, and you can come watch me and my good friend Kieran Acquisto talk about Outer Wilds for Saturdays in August. We did start that in June, so if you wanted to not be spoiled, I'd say go ahead and play it now or go catch up on our streams from then. All of the streams are always kept on YouTube and kept on Twitch for as long as they'll let us. So that's the latest blog post, is talking all about our Archeo gaming summer season, and then we also have blog posts, well, one about this conference. We have posts about our interns and new volunteers. We have blog posts talking about news out in the world. We're looking at having some news posts soon about the state of ancient studies departments across the US under the current administration. We're going to be talking about, the state of ancient studies in Senegal with the current political situation there. We have so much going on that we can keep talking about. We love to post our research when there are new things to find. So if you want to know what's going on with SASA, if you want to keep up with our programming, if you want to be involved, I highly recommend that you sign up for the Oracle and check out our blog. Our volunteers and interns on the mass communications team are so hardworking, and they're excellent writers. We've actually considered renaming this the writing team, because we do so much writing to try and get as much information to you in as digestible a piece as possible. So I did want to turn my attention just at this point to some wider SASA thank yous. Thank you to these organizations which we have partnered with and gotten grants with in the past. So the New Jersey Council for the Humanities has allowed us to build some wonderful Archeo gaming education models. The NEH was helping us with some of that as well. We have worked with the SBL. World History Encyclopedia, of course, is a long-standing partner with us, and we do love them so much. UNC Chapel Hill, Gladys Kriebel-Delmas Foundation helped us out with the conference last year. Save Space Alliance and the SCS. SCS often helps us with our reading groups, which are really great value. We get in experts, and we're able to provide those classes for free because of these grants from places like the SCS and the Delmas Foundation, and Humanities for Public Good. So thank you so much to all of our partners who have ever given us grants, and all of our partners who share our information and spread the word of saving ancient studies. And finally, thank all of you. You have all been participating in saving ancient studies just by being here, and it really is quite important, and we are very grateful for your attention, for your care, for your interest. And I have to say, if any of you have a few dollars to spare, you can help Save Ancient Studies even more directly by making a donation to saveancientstudies.org/donate. If you choose to become a recurring donor, there are donor events and special prizes that you can be eligible for throughout the year, and particularly during our fundraising events. And every small donation helps so much, because we are funded largely by people like you. Thank you so much, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of this afternoon's conference. And don't forget, we do have a social hour happening after the end of the conference. If you RSVP, you will get a Zoom link, and several of us, I think, will be there to chat and answer questions about SASA if you'd like. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jilly. I already love the idea for the conference next year, fashion and such. Yeah, that's great. And thank you, of course, for everything you do. Like I said, Julie does like a million things for SASA all the time, and we're so grateful for everything you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Martina.
We shall soon be moving on to the next session, and then I will also hand over to Partika, who will then become the next host. Let's see. Yes, there you are.
Thank you, Martina.
Is everything working? Are you now the host?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it so far. I will hand over to Patika for the next session and enjoy the rest of the day.
So, hello everyone. Good morning or good afternoon to you based on where you're joining us from. I am Parthika and I will be your moderator for the rest of the conference. So, just to introduce myself, I hold a bachelor's in history and I'm currently pursuing a master's in liberal arts. I help run the live events team here at SASA. I've been part of SASA for about a year and a half now, and it has been amazing. I mean, it is an amazing organization to be part of. I've worked on live events, on master classes, on our port ancient partnerships, on the reading groups, and so on. And I do believe that we help take history to other learners, scholars, and students through our events. We are looking for volunteers and interns, so if you're interested, please do apply to join us and help us save ancient studies a little at a time. Just to let you know where we are at this time. So, we will be starting the fifth session of the conference in just a few minutes, which is medical practices in antiquity. Just give me a moment. Now, as you know, most of our work, including this conference, is done by unpaid volunteers. So, if you're able to, please do donate to us. You can also purchase the books that are featured in our book clubs from our bookstore. 10% of the proceeds go to SASA then. And you can also check out our merchandise on our bazaar. Unfortunately, the presenter who was supposed to present right now will not be able to join us. So we are going to take a coffee break till 2:30 p.m. and we will be back then. Thank you. Hi everyone, thank you for your patience. We have unfortunately run into a technical issue with the presenters joining the meeting, so I would please request you to bear with us while we try to figure this out. We will start the session as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience again. I'll now invite Shrangi Mishra to share her paper on From Tradition to Technique Rise of Surgery in Ancient India. Shrangi is a passionate researcher and storyteller deeply drawn to the richness of ancient history. As a PhD scholar in ancient Indian history and archaeology at the University of Lucknow, Shrangi doesn't just see history as a collection of events but as a living narrative that continues to shape our present. Shrangi's curiosity has always led to uncovering the stories behind places, people, and things, making history more than just a subject. It is an emotion, a way to connect with the past on a deeper level. Beyond academia, Shrangi believes in the power of curiosity, novelty, and continuous learning. Writing and content creation allows her to express their thoughts and share knowledge. Thank you. I'll now hand it over to Shrangi.
Hello, hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much, Partika, for this lovely introduction. So, okay, I'll start with sharing my screen, and I cannot turn my camera on because there's some network glitch. So, I hope it is okay. Let me know when the screen is visible, please.
Yes, please go ahead and share it.
Partika, here it is showing disabled share.
Just give me a moment.
No.
Yes, please try now.
Okay. Yeah. I hope it is visible.
Not yet. It should
Please
be in
check.
a moment. It's just loading.
Okay. Let me know.
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. So basically, surgery is often seen as a modern advancement
Shrangi,
closely
I can
linked with technology.
just see the Zoom meeting for now. Can you change the tab?
Yeah. Is it okay now?
No, I can still just see the meeting.
Okay.
Maybe stop sharing it and try again.
Yeah. Just a minute. Is it now visible?
Still can only see the meeting.
Oh my god.
Maybe you're selecting the wrong tab to share.
Let me try once more. Is it now?
Yes, I can see it now. Great, thank you.
Oh, cute. So, surgery is often seen as a modern advancement closely linked with technology and scientific development. However, historical records reveal that roots of surgical knowledge go much deeper. Reaching back to ancient India, texts like Sushruta Samhita shows that surgical practices were already in use centuries ago. With the techniques that were remarkably advanced for the time, scholars like Sir John Marshall have highlighted how Indian medicine not only led the way in its own era but also influenced other cultures through trade and cultural exchange. The quote by H.W. Rawlinson, India suffers today in the estimation of world more through world's ignorance of her achievement than in the absence or insignificance of these achievements, feels especially relevant when we talk about the ancient medical system and its root. India has always been known as a land of knowledge where wisdom is not just gained but worshipped. We often refer to shloka, which is in Sanskrit, which is pronounced as Vidya Dadati Vinayam Vinyadiyati Patritam Patsatudan Maploti Dhanadam Tatha Sukham, which means knowledge gives humility, humility leads to character, character brings wealth, wealth allows righteousness action, and righteousness leads to happiness. This is perfectly reflects how deeply knowledge has been valued in Indian thought. But when we talk about India's medical tradition, knowledge has been valued in Indian thought. When we talk about medical tradition, especially Ayurveda, it is important to recognize that it has had a major influence on global wisdom. Yet, despite having one of the most detailed and well thought medical treatises in the world, India's contribution are often overlooked, mostly because people either do not understand them fully or because there has not been a continuous tradition of reasoning and documentation. Today, studies about the ancient medical system of different civilizations are gaining attention, but now the timeline of how Indian medical knowledge evolved is not clear. Key question remains unanswered, like how the Indus Valley people who practices surgeries like trephination later shifted towards more religious belief in the Vedic period, and how the system eventually moved towards a more scientific and rational understanding that led to the work like Sushruta Samhita and Charak Samhita, way certain and how these certain changes happen, how people's understanding shaped those practices, and what it meant for the medical science of that time. I would not be trying to give final answers to this complex question. Instead, I will present some possible explanation that might help spark further research and open up new perspective on the subject. Well, the scope of the study or the journey of surgery starts from Stone Age to Gupta Age. In protophase or in pre and protophase, trephination or the practices of making holes in the human skull by cutting, scraping, or drilling, sometimes removing a piece of skull, has been carried out since ancient times. It often considered as one of the earliest form of surgical practices known to mankind. What makes trephination particularly fascinating is that it was not just limited to region or civilization. Evidences of these practices has been found across the continents, from North and South America to Europe, Asia, and Africa. The first recorded description of refined skull dates back to 1839 and is credited to Samuel Morton. However, it was Paul Broca who provided a detailed analysis of a trephined skull from Peru that brought deeper insight into the subject and eventually led researchers to explore the similar practices in all over the world. Well, in India, and the archaeological evidences of trephination ranges from Neolithic to early historic period. One of the most remarkable discoveries comes from Buzoham in Kashmir, where A.R. Sankyan and G.H. Weber unearthed a female skull aged around 26 to 30 years, showing 11 trephonation marks. Nine of them made while she was alive, and two after death. Sign of healing suggests that she survived many of those procedures. From the Harappan sites, Lothal in Gujarat presents further evidences excavated by Sarkar and Roy Chaudhary. A child's skull aged 9 to 10 years was found with a squarish hole, while other skulls from the region, such as Kalibanga, showed circular trephonation marks. Another significant comes from the Iron Age site of Maski in Karnataka, where Sarkar reported a megalithic skull referred to as M30 and two circular holes placed on either side of the skull. As for why trephonation was performed during those times, the exact reason remains unclear. However, two main possibilities can be considered. One of it may be the medical procedure, possibly used to treat head injuries, neurological issues, or seizures. Or other view can be seen as a spiritual or ritualistic act, perhaps believed to release evil spirit or cure. Other view sees it as or to cure like mental disturbances. Although we cannot be certain, some researchers suggest that the success rate was around 70%. However, it is more of a educated estimate than a confirmed statistics. Then in Vedic period, particularly during Rig Vedic period, the understanding of illness and healing was deeply rooted in religion, spirituality, and supernatural belief. People believed that health was a gift from God, while disease was considered a punishment brought about by the demonic spirit, curses, and divine anger. If someone fell ill, it was often seen as a result of moral wrongdoing or an offense against divine order. Divine blessings and the rituals conducted by priests were believed to be essential for recovery. In this context, the most prominent healer were the Ashwins. They were the physician of the god and capable of miraculous healing. The Ashwins were celebrated in many hymns in Rig Veda. They are praised for their youth, radiance, and swift movement. One of the most famous story found in Rig Veda is where Ashwin helped a Vishpara, a warrior woman who lost her leg in battle. Scholars like Jean Filliard and Dominic suggest that such hymen shows a remarkable early familiarity with surgical concepts like amputation, prosthetic, and physical rehabilitation. Even though these acts are described in religious terms, they reflect real life experience that may have been remembered and told as divine legend. Another hymen from Rig Veda gives a glimpse into early understanding of bodily system. It mentions nadis or channels. Though expressed metaphorically, this verse shows the idea of internal bodily conduit, which later became a foundational concept in Ayurveda, evolving into the understanding of veins, nerves, and energy. As the time passed into later Vedic period around 1000 to 600 BCE, a shift began to occur while the influence of religion um, was there, but a gradual movement towards observation and reasoning and categorization of the human body and its function was also there. The Purush Sukta from Rigved presents a symbolic description of the cosmic Purusha, where different parts of the body are associated with different social classes. It says Brahmin were the mouth, and the Kshatriya were the arm, Vaishyas thigh, and Shudras were the feet. This trend towards systematizing the knowledge becomes clear in the Atharvaveda. Composed slightly later, the Atharvaveda is often called as Veda of medicine because it contains many hymen dealing with health, herbs, and healing techniques. It mentions a specific disease like fever, which is also called as Takman in Atharvaveda, cough, kasa, and skin conditions, and even describes illness that resembles malaria, including observation of the seasonal patterns. This indicates a growing sense of rational observation, although some disease were still personified as demons. The text also includes a practical remedy like herbs, charms, and were still and to counter them, combining a spiritual belief with the practical knowledge. Even the image of Ashwin was also changed during the period. In the early period, they were miraculous working god who had brought many dead uh, to their life and restored their youth and performed supernatural powers. By the later Vedic period, especially in texts like Atharvaveda, the Ashwins were still evoked, but the images had matured into that of divine doctors, symbols of ideal healers rather than literal gods intervening into every cases. Another question arises when we study Vedic medicine and surgical knowledge, that if the Vedic people believe that disease was the cause of demons or God, then how did they develop a vocabulary for body parts? Well, the answer lies not in scientific dissection or a laboratory study, but in everyday life, observation, rituals, and reflection. Vedic people believed in close contact with nature, life, death, childbirth, injury, and aging were part of daily experiences. People saw what happened when someone got hurt, blood, wound, broken bones. These were not just mysteries to them. In ritual sacrifices, especially those described in Ayurveda, animals were offered and their bodies were cut open. This exposed internal organs like liver, heart, and bone. Over time, people began to connect what they saw in animals to what they knew of their own body. They understood what each organ looked like and roughly what it did because they saw them regularly during rituals and in daily life. According to Honle, in Sanskrit, many body part comes from verbs, words of action, based on what part they did. I mean, what part they follow or what function did they perform. For example, Sira comes from Sir, meaning to hold, because the head holds the brain and is the topmost part. Chakshu comes from Chaksh, which means to see. Heart or Hridaya comes from her to carry, since the heart was seen as carrying life or breath. They come from real life experience when people felt pain, breath, or movement. They named what they felt or saw using the logic of function and sensation. In modern phase, medicine in ancient India evolved gradually. Early texts like Atharvaveda include charms and remedies for illness, but by the modern age, the state itself promoted healthcare. Key evidences comes from royal inscriptions, Sanskrit treatises, and archaeological finds. Together show continuous advancement in surgical know-how. The modern emperor Ashoka actively promoted public health. His famous rocket second clearly orders medical care. It declares that Ashoka has made provision for two types of medical treatment for humans and medical treatment for animals. It says that wherever medicinal herbs are not available, I have had them imported and planted, and that along the road wells have been dug, trees planted for the benefit of humans and animals. But this text later also praised the policy. For example, the Ashoka Vandana tradition claims that Ashoka physician that he founded thousands of hospitals. The Arthashastra instruct that in battle, an army should be accompanied by physicians with the surgical instruments standing behind the fighting men to treat wounds. The city of Takshila, a major modern capital, became renowned medical school. Both Pali and Sanskrit sources describe Takshila as a great center of learning, including medicine and surgery. The Buddhist charted tales honor Jiva as a Takshila graduate in classical texts like texts called Satraya, another legendary physician, its master teacher. Excavation at Takshila, including the Silkup and Silkup settlement, have uncovered many copper surgical instruments matching description in classical texts. The Takshila Museum holds a rich collection of scalpels, probes, needles, forceps, spatulas, applicators, tongue depressors, and more. In practical terms, these find proof that surgery was actually practiced there. Together, these sources show steady development from the late Vedic to post-modern phase. Well, heading towards Gupta phase, by the Gupta times, Sanskrit medical treatises were authoritative. The Sushruta Samhita, the world's first comprehensive manual, had been compiled around the Gupta era. During the period, scholars and physicians inherited its teaching. The modern historians remark that Sushruta school was the most certainly the most advanced school of surgery in the world. According to Gazetteer of India, a surgery school of Varanasi specialized in these techniques, and the Sushruta Samhita is a compendium of its teaching, compiled in the 4th century. In short, in Gupta era, India preserved a rich surgical tradition. Gupta scholars also studied medical theory. They continued Charak Ayurvedic, and later author like Bhagabhatta wrote synopsis combining both the older knowledge of like Charak and Sushrut. They spread these kind of texts wide. By the 5th century, large universities like Nalanda likely taught medicine alongside philosophy and grammar. Gupta scholars in medicine meant building on earlier work rather than inventing totally new theories. However, political stability and wealth enabled wider practice and compilation of medical lore. For instance, Chinese pilgrim like Fahian visiting India in Chandragupta's second reign noted that Gupta ruler built hospital to care for needy hospitals. Were needy. Hospitals were built to provide free medicine to the poor. The Kama Sutra by Vatsyayan prescribed as ideal for well-maintained body and mentions healthcare, reflecting sophisticated ideas of hygiene and therapy. After modern times, inscription rarely mentions medicine. However, Chinese and Indian written accounts do. Fahian Namur praises Gupta era hospitals and benevolent king. Inscription from later period also refers to medical communities. Scholars have pointed out that by the late classic era, surgical duties often passed to specialist barber surgeons, which were called ambastha caste. Historian P.S. Shari notes that after the Gupta age, surgery migrated to surgeon of the barber surgeons. In other words, Gupta king's patronage sustained formal medical study, but later on, surgical skills became more folk and less documented in royal inscription. Well, heading towards the conclusion, when we look at the long and fascinating journey of medical knowledge in ancient India, from trial and error method to refined surgical techniques, many questions naturally arise to our mind. And the first question that arises is, why did a civilization that once practiced something as complex as trepanation move towards more religious and ritual based system of treatment later on? So the answer according to me would be that if we go back to like pre and proto-historic era surgery, like trepanation seemed to emerge from pure human curiosity, survival needs, and constant observation people learned by doing. There was no textbook, just life, injury, recovery, and experience. But as the time went on, the practical knowledge did not seem to continue in the same way. One possible reason might be the absence of a written script in the prehistoric period, and even for the proto-historic era, like the Harappan civilization, we still have not deciphered the script. Without writing, it is likely that much of this medical knowledge was not formally recorded and eventually faded away. If knowledge was being passed on orally, perhaps those who held it not belong to the elite or priestly class. They might have not have the same influence or recognition, so their skills did not make it to the literary records. It is also possible that these practices continued in some form among local tribes or like folk healers, but without a written documentation, we cannot say it for sure. As historian Upinder Singh notes that in India, knowledge transmission was not always through text, it was often lived, practiced, and remembered. Second question that arises to our mind is that why did we see such drastic difference in belief and practices between the Indus Valley civilization and later Vedic period? Well, if we talk about the example from the famous refined skull from Buzoham in Kashmir, a young woman's skull was found with 11 trepanation marks, nine done while she was alive and two after her death. If this was purely a medical procedure, why it was performed on a dead person? This is where another interpretation comes in. Maybe it wasn't just medicine; it could have been ritualistic. Some scholars suggest that profanation was believed to release evil spirit, a belief we also find echoed in early Vedic view of disease as a punishment from demon or angry god. So in that way, the shift from prehistoric healing to religiously framed medicine may not have been a break, but a continuation in different language. We can say another puzzle that we see is how society that once saw illness as a spiritual punishment slowly began developing organized medical treatises like Atharvaveda and eventually the Sushruta Samhita, one of the most sophisticated surgical texts in ancient Indian world. Uh, how did this transformation happen? So the answer seems to lie in slow, steady change. As the settlement turned into cities and people began living in larger groups, practical healthcare needed to be uh, practical mm, healthcare need became harder to ignore. I'll say ritual alone could not treat battlefield wound, accidents, and epidemic. Folk knowledge that had quietly survived through herbalists, healers, and craftsmen began to re-emerge in importance as intellectual thinking widened. Even the Brahmin class began to accept medicine, astronomy, and metallurgy as replaced respectable fields of study. What was once considered impure became the part of the sacred pursuit of knowledge, especially when it was framed as a way to maintain dharma, health, and social balance. At the end, I would like to say that the transformation did not happen overnight. India's medical journey is not just a straight line, it is a loop. Knowledge was sometimes forgotten, sometimes hidden, and sometimes reborn. In periods dominated by gods, mantras, the practical art of healing waited in the background, but it never disappeared. From profanation mark carved into the ancient skull to golden prosthetic in Vedic hymen to surgical tools in ancient Takshila and Varanasi, this journey shows us one truth, that is, healing is as old as humanity itself. And even when shaped by faith, myth, or mystery, the human instinct to care, to cure, and to cut when needed has always found a way to survive. Thank you from my side. That was it. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you, Shrangi, for your very detailed presentation. To everyone watching, if you have any questions, please do let us know in the chat. Meanwhile, Shrangi, I had a question. Do we know anything about the social status of the surgeons? As we know, the Varna system does put a ban on exchange of bodily fluids for the upper caste. So, do we know anything about the social status of the people who were the surgeons, and how does this reflect on the caste-based division of knowledge and labor?
Okay, see, I mean, not detailed information is available for the social class of surgeons, but we can see there was a difference in initial time, as I have mentioned in my presentation also, that early surgery was not looked as a respectable job. That's why Brahmin didn't used to perform it, and so that's why I think surgery was not mentioned in literary sources, but later on they used to accept it as a respectable job and respectable action. So then yeah, it came into mainstream. So yes, I mean, not exact detail is available, but yeah, we can say that there was a difference.
Thank you. Also, what does the material culture of ancient Indian surgery, like for example, the tools, the instruments, and the institutions tell us about the technical sophistication of the period, about the metallurgy and so on?
Okay. Basically, when we read about Sushruta, then uh, the instruments were made of copper. So we don't get much information. I mean, I won't say that I have very deep information about this, but yeah, I can say the technique was quite advanced, and everyone has accepted it. So yes, the material culture was, I mean, material they used was copper, but and the technique was also very advanced. I cannot, I mean, right now tell it in detail, but yeah.
Thank you, Shangi. And one last question. How does
Okay.
like surgery reconcile with the metaphysical aspects of the Ayurveda, like the Tridosha, Prakriti, and all?
Hello.
Hi, Shangi, can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Shangi? Well, it seems like Shangi is having some technical issue. Let me just try to figure that out. Shangi, can you hear me now? Well, as much as we try, there are always technical difficulties. We will be starting the next presentation as soon as we can. We are very sorry for the delay. In the meantime, please let us know in the chat where you're joining us from. We love to see how global the community is, and also let us know if you have any questions about SASA. Hi everyone, we are again very sorry for this. We are having some issues with the presenters joining the Zoom meeting. We are trying our best to solve it. And thank you to Brenda for telling us where you're from. Just to recap things for you, this is our fifth annual conference titled Body and Medicine in Antiquity, Healthcare, Knowledge and Practice. This is streamed on our YouTube account, on our Facebook and Twitch, as well as World History Encyclopedia's accounts and our other streaming partners, Digital Hammurabi, World of Antiquity, History with Keely, and Melissa in De Nile. We have a special session today, which is a close reading workshop on how to diagnose a text, scheduled at 3:30 p.m. ET. And you'll have to RSVP to join that, so make sure you do that. Save Ancient Studies Alliance hosts the fifth year of our new type of conference for all ancient studies scholars with the following goals. The first is to present and support excellent scholarship by scholars around the world who work outside academia and researchers who have not followed the traditional tenure track career path. The second goal is to foster discussion and action regarding public outreach and scholarly inclusiveness. The third is to hold a conference freely available to the public. And the fourth is to continue building a joint community of scholars, including both those whose occupations are inside and outside academia. We'll have our sixth annual conference next year, and the theme for that would be Fashion Forward Interdisciplinary Approaches to Ancient Apparel. And the call of paper would go out early in 2016. Thank you for your patience again. We are trying to resolve all the issues to our best ability. Please do bear with us. Hi everyone, thank you again for your patience. I'll now read the slides from the presentation for Mehsa Nazafi on the intersection of burial rituals and public health in Sasanian Zoroastrianism for you. Mehsa is an accomplished archaeologist in Iran known for her extensive research and fieldwork at various archaeological sites across the country. Mehsa holds a master's degree in archaeology from the University of Tehran. Mehsa has dedicated her career to exploring the human past through the study of skeletal remains and burial practices. I'll now share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. As I mentioned, the presentation is on the intersection of burial rituals and public health in Sasanian Zoroastrianism by Mehsa Nazafi, an independent researcher in bioarchaeology who could not be here due to technical issues. So I'm just gonna get us through her presentation. So this is a map of the Sasanian Empire at its greatest extent in the year 628. So a few things about Zoroastrianism. The sacred elements include water, fire, earth, and air are holy symbols of purity and divine order. Pollution is equal to sin. Contaminating them violates religious duty. Protection is a moral obligation. Ahriman, evil, represents corruption. Purity is a battle against darkness. Environmental ethics, strict hygiene, and sustainable practices. Polluted soil, water, air is equal to disease vectors, and this is how purity is enforced. Burial rules, corpses are impure, so no burial or cremation to protect sacred elements. Features of fire in Zoroastrianism. Fire is equal to divine light, symbol of Azura Mehzad, God's purity and wisdom. Eternal flame. Temples kept fire perpetually burning so that pollution is forbidden. Strict rules to protect fire. No blowing, use bellows. No burning corpses or animal. Only clean dry wood allowed to be burned. Water hygiene in Zoroastrianism. Water is equal to sacred life source. Strict anti-pollution laws. No waste corpses in water. No bathing in running water. Severe penalties for violators. Pest control for public health. And early understanding of disease, which is symbol of early understanding of disease prevention. Zoroastrian classification of animals. Ahuric beneficial creations, dog, cattle, birds, which contribute to environmental purity, including scavengers like vultures, as they prevent pollution from consuming carrion. Devic harmful creations, snakes, rats, vermin, which are associated with spreading disease. These animals threaten health or crops. Air hygiene in Zoroastrianism. Recognized air pollution because it leads to disease transmission. Sacred disinfection plants, aspen antimicrobial, brittle antibacterial, frankincense antiviral, and the purification methods include ritual fumigation, contaminated item destruction, medicinal washes. Modern science confirms that many plants have proven antimicrobial properties. So modern scientific benefits include antimicrobial alkaloids, antibacterial fungal properties, anti-inflammatory, antiviral, disinfectant qualities, contains antimicrobial thymol, antibacterial properties, disinfectant oils, antibacterial smokes, which can also be found in Zoroastrian significance, And you can also find the list of scientific names of the plants. Land and soil hygiene in Zoroastrianism. Sacred land is equal to fertile land. Cultivation is from divine approval. Barren, polluted land is rejected by angels. Strict anti-burial laws. 40-year fallow period for corpse-contaminated soil. Scientific basis, anthrax, tetanus risk. Ancient disinfectants include cow urine plus Heoma mixture. Zoroastrian burial, a ritual of purity, laws, penalties for corpse prevention, and cremated and buried. Science avoided soil-borne diseases, two-stage burial, sky exposure, and bone collection. Sky burial, primary stage. Ossuary for keeping the bones. Types include jars, coffins, niches in rock beds, towers made of stones, or towers of silence. So, a table including the description and the ossuary type. Ceramic or stone containers resembling amphorae, which are jar-shaped. Rectangular stone boxes often inscribed with prayers, coffin-shaped. Carved cavities in cliffs or mountainside. Rock-cut niches, and a circular or square structure where the dead were exposed to birds and natural elements for decomposition, Tower of Silence. Vultures were sacred in Zoroastrian tradition for stomach acid, nature's disinfectant; for feces, soil sterilizer; for consumption speed, efficient cleanup, 48 hours flesh removal; for containment, tidy scavengers. The Nasasalar corpse bearers, they lived in isolation near ossuary and required a 9-day purification rituals before re-entering society, and they managed bone collection and ostoden disinfection with lime or acid. There is a decline in the use of Tower of Silence because of urban expansion near Tower of Silence. Vulture populations have decreased, and the Pahlavi government banned it in 1965. So the conclusions include environmental protection as disease prevention. Vultures were natural sanitation workers. Sunlight was a divine disinfectant. Purity rituals were equal to survival strategies, and a timeless lesson that public health is a convent with nature. So thank you for your attention. We do have Mesa online, so if you have any questions, please let us know in the chat. Thank you for your patience again, everyone. We are now going to start the second keynote for our conference, and I would like to invite Dr. Brovin Dickinson to join us here. Great, thank you. So, Dr. Brovin Dickinson is the Solomon Blum Professor of Ancient History at Hunter College and Professor at the Graduate Center, City University of New York. She also directs the Blum Scholars Program and Honors Program in Classics at Hunter College. Her research draws on archaeological evidence alongside ancient texts to explore intersections between religion and healthcare in the Greco-Roman world. Brovin is the author of Asclepios, Medicine and the Politics of Healing in 5th Century Greece, Between Craft and Cult, co-author of the Thymel of Epidaurus, Healing Space and Musical Performance in Late Classical Greece with P. Schultz, and The Sacred in Ancient Mediterranean and Beyond with S. Blakey and W. Klosterman. I would now hand it over to her.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. I'm going to share my desktop here and we'll see. Okay, I think we're good. I hope you all can see this.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Well, I want to begin by thanking the organizers of this conference for inviting me to speak, and I want to thank all of you for attending it. I also, just as a side note, want to let you know I am traveling and I'm in a place where storms are passing through. So I hope that the internet connection goes well. Apologies if something doesn't go well here. What I'd like to do today is talk with you about a medicinal soil from the island of Lemnos. And more particularly, I want to talk about the voyage of Galen, his visit there to the island of Lemnos to investigate how the soil was produced. What you're seeing on the slide here is this beautiful image from an illustrated manuscript of the 13th century. What you're seeing are two men who are harvesting Lemnian soil, and I'm going to show you, I hope, there we go, an image of the full page of this manuscript. You can see it's an Arabic manuscript, and what it's illustrating is text of Dioscorides, who was another Greek medical writer, and he too talks about Lemnian soil in his text De Materia Medica. The final product of harvesting Lemnian soil would look like something that you see on the upper right-hand side of the screen. These are not examples of Lemnian soil in particular. As far as I know, or let me put it this way, I'm not aware of any certainly surviving examples of Lemnian soil from antiquity. These are later, they may be from Malta, they have Maltese crosses on them. But the final product would have looked fairly similar. Once you harvest the soil, you would let it dry, air dry. It would have been stamped as it's drying with an image or a text. And these become very portable materials that can be used easily far around the Mediterranean. These are called terra sigillata, stamped earth, or sphragides in Greek, which is a word for a seal or a stamp. Okay, so what we're going to do today is look at this Lemnian soil, and I will say also that the reason I chose this topic for this conference is because Lemnian soil has this appeal transgeographically, transculturally, as we'll see today, and it has a very long period of popularity, used therapeutically into the 19th century. The way I'm going to organize my talk is I'll begin with some background on our tour guide, our ancient source for the harvesting of Lemnian soil, the physician Galen. And then we'll go to Lemnos together to look at the harvesting of the soil through the lens of Galen's text. And then finally, I'll have a little bit to say about the sort of afterlife of Lemnian soil after the period of Greek and Roman antiquity. So let's begin with Galen. Galen was a physician, as you probably know, lived most of his life during the 2nd century CE. He was born into an aristocratic family in the city of Pergamon in Asia Minor. His family, as I said, was aristocratic, very wealthy. His father had a dream that instructed him to educate Galen in both philosophy and medicine. And Galen did indeed have a deep education in both of those fields. Some of that education was in Pergamon, some of it was farther afield, as far afield as Alexandria in Egypt. Galen really began his medical career back in Pergamon as a physician to a gladiatorial school there. He spent about 3 years in that position. Afterwards, he moves to Rome. So he's in his early 30s by this point, and he relocates to the capital of the Roman Empire, and he quickly comes to the attention of the imperial elite. And during the course of his life, he'll serve in various medical capacities 3 Roman emperors, Marcus Aurelius, his son Commodus, and Commodus's eventual successor, Septimius Severus. Now, along with having a thriving medical practice, Galen found time too to write a lot. We have over 100 of his treatises that survive. We know of titles of many more. Some scholars estimate that Galen's output, his surviving output, constitutes 1/8 or maybe even 1/10 of surviving Greek literature through the 2nd century CE. So he wrote a lot. And we can thank traditions like the Islamic tradition that we saw represented earlier with Dioscorides for preserving a lot of these texts. And these texts were translated into other languages like Hebrew and Syriac as well. One of Galen's treatises has very recently been rediscovered. And I want to spend just a brief period of time talking about this text before we go to Lemnos to look at Lemnian soil. The text that has been recently rediscovered is called Perialoupias in Greek. Galen writes in Greek. And we might translate that as how to avoid distress. And it was rediscovered as recently as 2005. And the story of the rediscovery of this treatise is, I think, is part of its charm, of its intrigue. A graduate student who was working in France happened to go to a monastery in Thessaloniki to investigate some texts related to his dissertation. And while he was waiting for the librarian to bring him these texts, he took the initiative to peruse some catalogs and saw there an entry for Perialoupias, which we had known about. The title of that text survived, and we had excerpts of it, but much of the text had not, we thought, survived. But there it was, indeed, in this monastery in Thessaloniki. This graduate student, no longer a graduate student, Antoine Pietrabelli is his name. His dissertation advisor, Véronique Boudin-Millot, went to the monastery herself to investigate the text, and she produced the first text, the editio princeps of it, in 2007. And I say all of this because I think it's an interesting story. It reminds us that new things are being found even on the textual side. And it is, in the terms of the longer sweep maybe of medical history, even just going back to Greek and Roman times, 2005, 20 years ago is kind of a nanosecond in time in that longer sweep. So it's exciting that we have some more recent texts to look at. The image you have here is the cover of one translation of it. I do like this particular translation by Vivian Nutton, which includes also a really helpful contextualizing essay. The reason that I want to talk about this text, though, has to do with what Galen says about collecting medical materials and medical knowledge. However, you wouldn't know that from the title of this treatise, How to Avoid Distress. It's kind of a how-to book. And Galen tells us that he wrote this treatise when a friend of his, a childhood friend from Pergamon, said to Galen, Galen, I know there was a big fire in Rome recently, and you lost a lot of property in that fire. And indeed, what he's talking about is a fire that ravaged Rome, the so-called Great Fire. Galen calls it the Great Fire, in 192 CE, while Commodus is still ruling. And his friend says, I don't understand. I know you lost a lot of property. I don't understand how it is that you're not feeling anxiety. And Galen says, yes, I did lose property. Also, it's been a really difficult time with, he doesn't say this very explicitly, but he says it's been a difficult time under this regime of Commodus, where Commodus is exiling people and even executing them. And Galen says, okay, friend, he doesn't name the friend, by the way, we don't know his name, but he says, you know as well as I do that through our studies of philosophy, that as long as we have our family and friends, and as long as I don't lose everything, there's no real reason for me to feel distress. He said, of course, if I had 10 acres and lost all 10, I would have a reason to feel distress, but I haven't lost everything. Clearly, Galen has quite a bit left. Galen does enumerate in this treatise, though, what he lost in the fire. He has a catalog of things that he lost in the fire, and I'll share this with you because, again, a lot of it is medical, and I think it's fascinating. And I will say this, too. We tend to think maybe of Galen's medical texts as, a lot of technical discussion of processes or anatomy or things like that, and they are that at points. But if we read between the lines, there's a lot of really interesting social history in Galen as well. So let's take a look. Now, Galen says that this material of his was in a storage unit along the Via Appia. And I'm being a little cheeky here to use the translation storage unit because storage units are a big thing in the United States today. If you travel around the United States, you will no doubt see these kind of blocks of storage units outside of small towns, big cities. I live in New York City now, and on my metro train, which is really, it's not in my neighborhood, the metro goes over, it's above ground. And you go through this like sort of tunnel in Long Island City where you're a tunnel, it's above ground, but you're going through a corridor that is surrounded by these high rises that consist of storage units. So it's this like thing in the United States today. But it turns out it was a thing in Roman antiquity too. People had storage units. The Greek word for this is apotheke, as you can see here on the slide. It's a word that is still used in Greek for a kind of storage unit or a place. It sort of maps onto the Latin word for a horea, a warehouse, which would be subdivided into these units that people could rent out. And it's ironic that Galen even says, I chose this particular storage unit because I thought it was fireproof. He says the only wooden parts of this building were the doors and windows, and yet still it burned in the Great Fire. Well, let's take a look at some of the items that Galen says he stored here. And I should also add, the reason he was storing things was that he was moving some of his property to Campania and farther south in Italy. And so this was supposed to be a temporary storage. And then, of course, he lost all these materials. So what he lost was things like silver and gold and silver plate. So this was, he lost wealth. He lost a lot of valuable things. He lost loan documents too. And then everything else under loan documents is really related to medical practice. So he lost books, some of which Galen himself wrote, as well as copied or corrected himself. Galen talks about using the libraries on the Palatine Hill in Rome and copying from that collection books that he didn't have. And the sad thing, Galen says, is in this fire destroyed also the Palatine libraries. And he said there were books in there that existed nowhere else. There are no copies of them. Books by Aristotle, for instance. And so those are gone. He also lost drug recipe books, and Galen says that he collected these from all over. So this is another kind of commodity and a way of preserving knowledge, of course, that was circulated around the Mediterranean, these drug recipe books. He says he lost medical instruments of every kind. Galen himself also invented medical instruments, and he says that in this fire, he lost wax molds for some of these medical instruments of his own invention. He also lost drugs, a huge amount, he says, of all sorts, simple and compound. And among some of these drugs were antidotes, and he even specifically mentions rare drugs, cinnamon, which would have come into Rome almost certainly from India, and theriac. Theriac is a kind of cure-all compounded of dozens of ingredients, including, in some recipes, Lemnian soil, this kind of medicinal soil from the island of Lemnos that I'll be talking about more in a moment. Now, Galen does not list theriac. He does list theriac. He does not list Lemnian soil among the drugs that he lost in this warehouse fire, this storage unit fire. But I wouldn't be surprised if he had stored Lemnian soil there. And what we'll do now is move towards Lemnos with Galen so that we can see why Galen was interested in the soil and how it was used therapeutically and for what kinds of ailments. Okay, so let's move on. Before we get to Lemnos itself, let me just say more broadly about Lemnian soil, which was known and written about by other sources in Greek and Roman antiquity. You can see here at the bottom, you'll see in parentheses some of the sources that attest to various ailments, and I'll go through these in a moment. But let me say first how you'd apply or ingest these medicinal soils, because that's what you're going to do. You're either going to apply them to the surface of the skin or you're going to ingest them. And what you would do is you would take one of these tablets, one of these discs of soil, and you would reconstitute it with a liquid. And the liquid might be water, it might be wine, it might be vinegar, it might be something along those lines. We have things like hydromel, which is water mixed with honey. That could also be used, for instance, to reconstitute these tablets. You might reconstitute them to the consistency of something like a paste and spread it on the surface of your skin. Or you might further reconstitute it till you have a kind of slurry, a liquid form that you could drink. So those are the two ways that you would make use of this Lemnian soil, or even other medicinal soils. And I should say here, Lemnian soil is not the only medicinal soil we know of in the Greek and Roman world. There were many others that were harvested. For instance, the island of Malta was famous for them. The island of Kos was famous for them as well, among others. But Lemnian soil seems to have been the most highly valued of the medicinal soils during the Greek and Roman periods. Okay, so for what conditions might you use Lemnian soil? Our sources tell us women might make use of Lemnian soil because of heavy menstrual flow. It would help reduce the menstrual flow. Itchy and runny eyes, Pliny talks about. So what we would think of in terms of an eye infection, the Romans and Greeks, presumably too, thought of this Lemnian soil as being effective against. Suppurating wounds that are difficult to heal, they would use Lemnian soil for. Dysentery. You might know that one of the main symptoms of dysentery is diarrhea. So Lemnian soil was thought to be effective against that. And then also poisonous bites and stings, various kinds of creatures that might bite you. Philostratus, who is a philosopher, known mainly for philosophy, is from the island of Lemnos, and he writes a little bit about Lemnian soil, and he says it was effective against not just any kind of snake bite, but he mentions water snakes in particular. And the reason I emphasize that is, in a broader sense, what Lemnian soil was thought to be useful for is its desiccating effect. It would dry you out. So if we think of humoral rebalance, if you have a flux, a flow of something, whether it's runny eyes or menstrual flow or diarrhea, to dry you out, you might apply Lemnian soil. So those are some of the things that these authors mention. Water snakes, by the way, of course, that I just think there is this association of the water snake with water that perhaps made writers like Philostratus think that Lemnian soil would be effective, in particular against those creatures. Okay, well, let's go to Lemnos, finally, and see what this island is all about and how the soil was harvested. Here is the island of Lemnos. It's in the northern Aegean Sea, not far from Asia Minor. It's mentioned already in the Iliad and the Odyssey. In the Iliad, it is mentioned as an island from which the Greek troops at Troy, who are fighting the Trojan War, get supplies over the course of their 10-year time there at Troy. It's also mentioned as the place to which Hephaestus, when he is thrown out of Mount Olympus, he is literally thrown out of Mount Olympus and falls to earth, and where he hits the earth was supposed to have been the island of Lemnos. And we'll see some significance for that in just a moment in terms of Lemnian soil. Here is a close-up of the island of Lemnos. Like most Greek islands, it has a varied topography. There are some high elevations, as you can see on the west side of the island, some lower level areas. In terms of geology, it's also a very diverse island. We have desert areas and sand dunes in the northwest part of the island. There are interesting volcanic formations, volcanic flow that petrified as it cooled. And these, I'll show you these in a minute. They're called pharaklo, and the Greeks call them pharaklo, or baldes, or bald heads. And you'll see why in just a moment. Those are here on the north part of the island. There's a salt lake on the island. So there's this rich, again, kind of geological activity on this island. Here you can see the sand dunes and the salt lake on Lemnos. And here are those interesting volcanic formations, those kinds of swirls. And on the right, you can see why they might call them bald heads, these formations down here. I also want to show you this. Of course, it has nothing to do directly with antiquity or Lemnian soil, but it is a religious space that's really embedded in the rock of the island. And I just sort of want to acknowledge this tradition, which is here in the post-classical period, but I think you'll also see it here when we get to the rituals associated with harvesting Lemnian soil. This is a beautiful church, the Church of Panagia Kakavioutissa, which is up in the mountains on Lemnos. I'm not sure if you can see my arrow, but this is where Kakavioutissa is, in case you're interested. Okay, so let's get to Galen and his trip to Lemnos. He actually makes 2 trips to Lemnos. It's rather amusing that I think that he tells us this, because again, it gives us a little extra information about, I don't know, even someone as educated as Galen did not realize there were 2 ports on the island of Lemnos. So on the first trip to Lemnos, the ship's captain takes him to the port of Myrina, which is in the west part of the island. You can see it circled on the west side. And Galen realizes he's in the wrong place. And so he has to make a whole other trip. And in case you want to go too, Galen records for you his itinerary with the number of stades, the number of stadia that he traverses between each of those locations, just so that you can get to the right port. And that port would be Hephaestia, here in the northeast part of the island. So Hephaestia, of course, takes its name from Hephaestus, who fell to the island. Near Hephaestia we are told there was a hill that was sacred to Hephaestus. And Galen mentions this hill and he says, I can understand why it's sacred to Hephaestus. There's nothing growing on this hill. And that hill is where Lemnian soil was harvested. We are pretty certain that this is the area where that hill would have been and where Lemnian soil would have been harvested. So very close to Heraclea, this little inlet here, near a town called Kotsinas. This is a wonderful book if you're interested in ancient medicinal soils. It's a book by F.V. Fotis Jones and Alan Hall. And they carefully plot how they have determined the location where this Lemnian soil they think would have been harvested in antiquity. They're using the ancient texts and texts that were produced after that. I'll talk about a couple of them later, travelers' accounts to the island of Lemnos in the 16th century. They're using these texts to try to find landmarks that to help secure this location as the one where Lemnian soil would have been harvested. And I have to say again, they're not alone in thinking this. If you go to Lemnos, which I have done, and I'm just sorry that I don't have my images with me of my voyage to Lemnos, but there is a road sign right next to this place where Fotis Jones and Hall and others think that Lemnian soil was harvested. So you can go there too and just follow the road sign and turn off onto this little dirt road and you'll end up at this place. And I want to acknowledge that I pulled these images from the Amazon Research Center website. It sounds like something run by the Amazon company. It's not. This is a group of scholars who research locations that were sacred to or involved the Amazons. And Lemnos is one of them. I'll mention that briefly later. So these are images from their website, and I think you can see here in the image on the left that you are in a rather barren looking area. The island of Lemnos in general is not a highly vegetated island. It's not one of the greener Greek islands, but this area in particular, there's not a lot of vegetation. You can see the bay there, again near Kotsinas. In this image in the center, you can see the soil as it appears today, at least the topsoil as it appears today, this kind of tawny color. And on the right, you're seeing a trough. This is probably an animal feeding trough, I assume, which is fed by water. And there is definitely spring water here in the area. That will become important in a few minutes when I say a little bit more about Lemnian soil as we understand it today. But let's turn now to Galen, so we can kind of put ourselves in the mind of Galen. I'm going to read just a brief summary to you of what Galen saw once he gets to Hephaestia, what he saw and what he learned about the harvesting of Lemnian soil. Okay, so Galen tells us that he showed up at Hephaestia just in time for the harvesting of Lemnian soil. Now, Galen doesn't say how often during the year this was harvested. We don't know that, but we will want to think about later, when we look at later accounts of Lemnian soil, about the timing of it. There it will be important when it was harvested. But here's the process he witnessed. He said, at a hill near Hephaestia, a priestess of Artemis, of the goddess Artemis, throws barley and wheat on the ground as a sacrifice, and then she digs up soil from a special location and loads it onto a wagon that she accompanies back to the town, presumably Hephaestia. Okay, I don't really know, was she alone in digging this soil? I don't know, but she was certainly part of this process, a very important part of this process. When she gets back to town, she washes the soil in water. So she's making a kind of big, solution, I guess we could call it, of Lemnian soil and water. She then lets it kind of settle out, and she separates out what Galen describes as the greasy portion of the soil. This was thought to be the most therapeutic portion of Lemnian soil. She then forms this greasy kind of soil into discs and lets it dry partially in the air, When it's dry enough, she'll stamp it with, Galen says, with an image of the goddess. Now, I don't think this necessarily means an image of Artemis herself, but maybe of something like an animal sacred to Artemis. This will become apparent more in a moment. And then she lets them fully dry in the shade. Galen says they're dry in the shade. And that's it. That's how this is harvested. What I want to highlight so far, though, in Galen's account is the idea that there is a special ritual and there is a special person, the priestess of Artemis, who handles the soil. Why Artemis? I don't know. Galen doesn't tell us, and we don't really have, there is a rich mythological tradition on Lemnos. I'll say more about it in a moment, but Artemis is not really part of it. And if any of you have suggestions for why Artemis, I'd love to hear them. Okay, so Galen doesn't tell us why Artemis, nor does he ask the locals, but he does ask them another question. He says, look, I know my Dioscorides. I've read it. He says this is mixed with goat's blood. And I want to know, are you mixing goat's blood in with this soil? The reaction from the locals is striking. They laugh at Galen and they say, no, 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 there's no goat's blood in this. And one of the locals hands him a book on Lemnian soil that includes a lot of therapies that he could make use of. Galen is so enthused and intrigued by Lemnian soil that he decides to ship off 200,000 of these discs, of these sphragides of Lemnian soil for use in his medical practice. And he wants to investigate it further himself. Now, I presume, again, because of the timing of this trip, we don't know the exact date, but it's almost certainly while he's living in Rome that he makes this trip. So he's probably shipping this stuff back to Rome. And again, some of it might have ended up in that apotheke, that storage unit that burned in the fire. Okay, so let me say once again that what's important here, I think, is essentially a special place, a special person, and even then, the special knowledge that these locals have from watching the harvesting of the Lemnian soil. Okay, so that's what Galen tells us about it. He also, by the way, says all physicians know about this soil. He doesn't say they all have access to it, and they probably didn't. I would assume you'd have to be rather wealthy as a physician to have access to it. But in any case, he says all physicians know about it. They've read about it or heard about it. So it is worth thinking about from a modern perspective why this might have been perceived as so efficacious. And Fotis Jones and Hall write about this. They are scientists and they have investigated this. And they, like many who preceded them, have made the trek to Lemnos, dug up some soil, studied it, and have come to the conclusion that there is nothing in the soil that seems to be therapeutic. There's no mineral in that soil that is apparently therapeutic, which is interesting. Now, again, this is not the way I would approach Lemnian soil. I tend to say that, I work on the healing goddess Asclepius, as you've heard, and I will often have students say to me, what the heck, what was happening in these therapeutic meetings between a worshiper and the god when they had these dreams and Asclepius heals them? Well, I don't know, and I don't know that we need to know. The important thing was that they believed that this was efficacious, right? So that's kind of how I think about Lemnian soil too. However, I really like what Fotis Jones and Hall do as a step beyond this. They say, look, there may not be anything in the soil itself, but we want to look at the environment. And they say, and you'll remember here that there was spring water in that area where the soil was harvested. And what they suggest is that that spring water may have washed from the volcanic rocks that are in that area, may have washed alum kind of down and into the soil and kind of suffused the soil with alum, which is, and I'm looking at my notes here, a water-soluble form of aluminum-rich sulfates. And aluminum, from our modern perspective, we know has antibacterial and astringent properties. So remember that Lemnian soil was thought to desiccate I like to always mention about aluminum that, this is an ingredient that is sometimes used in antiperspirants. And part of that is that the salts, the aluminum salts, are thought to block our sweat glands. So it is interesting that maybe there was, even from our modern perspective, something that actually was efficacious, but not in the soil itself, something that was washed into the soil from the environment. Okay. I think, though, from an ancient perspective, there are ways, of course, of thinking about the efficacy of this soil. Why Lemnos? Why this soil in particular was so efficacious? I am certainly not the first to notice this and to say that this has something to do with the efficacy of Lemnian soil. I'm going to come back to the term terroir. This is a term that I think might be useful in applying to thinking about the efficacy of Lemnian soil. I'll come back to it a little bit more in a moment, but why I like it is that it, if we think of it, its use in viticulture, wine production, it takes into account the environment and the ways that the vines are farmed and the ways the grapes are harvested. So it's about the soil, the environment, but also about the processes surrounding the growing and harvesting of those grapes. So I think it's a useful term, and it's not mine. I am not even the first to apply it to Galen, although I think I'm the first to apply it to Lemnian soil. Caroline Petit, who is a French scholar who studies Galen, has written a great article about milk that was produced in southern Italy that Galen pays a lot of attention to because of the environment that produces that milk. So in any case, I'll come back to why I like it more in a moment, but we can note in a larger scale, there's lots of traditions, mythological traditions about sickness, separation, imbalance on the island of Lemnos. We've already mentioned Hephaestus. Hephaestus falls to earth and hits the ground on Lemnos, and he's injured in this fall, and a local tribe, the Sintians, nurse him back to health. Also, Philoctetes is an important figure for Lemnos. All the three major tragedians of the 5th century wrote tragedies about Philoctetes. Sophocles' version is the one that survives. But we certainly know that he was one of the Greek warriors who was sailing to Troy to fight in the Trojan War. On his way near Lemnos, he's bitten by a snake, and it causes Philoctetes to cry out in pain. It has this kind of cyclical recurrence of pain and oozing. A lot of fluid oozes out of him that has a very bad smell to it. So he's screaming in pain, he's producing a bad odor, and the Greeks decide to leave him on Lemnos. They kind of ditch him there. And of course, they do go back 10 years later when they realize they need him to win the Trojan War because he has the bow of Heracles. And he will get healed. There's a happy ending to that story. All right, there's also the Lemnian women. These are women on the island of Lemnos who don't properly worship Aphrodite. They don't properly worship Aphrodite. Aphrodite afflicts them with a bad odor. Their husbands no longer want to have sexual intercourse with them, so they bring in women from the region of Thrace and procreate with them. The Lemnian women don't like this, and so they kill their husbands. So and this leads to an expression called Lemnian crimes. So there's a lot here, again, about health and sickness. The interesting thing to me, though, is if you actually map these traditions, the tradition about the Lemnian women takes place, it seems, or has associations with Myrina. Myrina is also the name of an Amazon female. So these strong females who separate or end up being separated from society and then reintegrate into it take place around Myrina. Galen is talking, when he goes to see where Lemnian soil is harvested, again, it's Hephaestia, and he even says, when he first lands at Myrina, I know I'm not in the right place because I don't see a temple of Philoctetes, and I don't see the hill of Hephaestus. So both Philoctetes and Hephaestus are associated with Hephaestia. So this idea of a terroir, I think we might, instead of talking more broadly even about a Lemnian terroir, it might be better for us even to be talking about Hephaestion terroir. So this area around Hephaestia. And I will just sort of make the obvious point with Hephaestus being a god of the forge, a smithing god, the idea of a desiccating soil makes a lot of sense here too. Okay, these soils were used long after antiquity. Lemnian soil, again, used, we know, certainly by the 16th century had enjoyed was very, very popular in the Ottoman Empire. What you're seeing on the left, you've seen these pieces of soil on the right. What you're seeing on the left are examples of Lemnian soil from way after antiquity, 13 to 1700 CE. These are probably from Germany. So these soils were harvested in many areas. And again, some of them had a very special cachet. So it is interesting that there was, to me at least, it is interesting that in the Ottoman period, this Lemnian soil was very popular again. We have the accounts of quite a few travelers who come to Lemnos to investigate Lemnian soil, or maybe to investigate also other aspects of the island, but they almost invariably mention Lemnian soil too. What you're seeing here is a drawing from one of these travelers, and I'll just quickly try to show you. I hope you can see it okay. What you're seeing here is we definitely are on the island of Lemnos. In this area here is a very small building. It's a chapel or a church to the Savior, Sotira. And you might see that there's some people walking along a pathway, and the numbers of people grow until they get to, looks like Mount Vulcan, right? The hill of Hephaestus. And look, there is a hole in the ground and people are harvesting the soil. This is then being carried off, some of it on pack animals. This one looks like a camel. He's loaded up with the Lemnian soil. It's probably been processed at this point in Hephaestia. We're at the port of Mars here, the city of Hephaestia, where once it's dried and packed up, it's loaded onto ships to send back to send to Constantinople, primarily because the Sultan valued this highly and would even give it as gifts to some dignitaries who would visit. We have, in conjunction, also the account. This is one of the most detailed accounts of the harvesting of Lemnian soil from the same time period, Pierre Bellon's account. And what he says is, yes, the soil was harvested in this area near Hephaestia. He says the process began with a service, a worship service at the Church of the Savior. He says then some of the priests would walk to the area where the soil was harvested. In addition to the priests, the Greek Orthodox priests, the Ottoman governor would be present as well, not involved in the harvesting directly, but watching the process. The harvesting would start at sunrise, he says, Bellon says, and would last precisely 6 hours. And that was it. That was the period of time they would harvest it. It was harvested on one day a year only. And this day was August 6th, which was the Feast of the Transfiguration, which is interesting because that's when Jesus is transfigured. His face becomes glowing, his clothing becomes glowing. And this is when Lemnian soil perhaps was thought to be most efficacious or most potent to harvest. So you have the priests, you have the Ottoman officials here. And then again, the process was much the same as I described. The soil was carried somewhere else, washed with water. Portions were pulled out that were the best, dried, stamped, fully dried, and sent to Constantinople. So it is interesting here too, I think, that we have a process again which includes a special place, special people, special rituals, special time of year, and that this tradition continues in the Ottoman period, where even the Ottomans are respecting the traditions of the Greek Orthodox Church here in the harvesting of Lemnian soil. And I will say again, this stuff was used therapeutically at least until the 19th century. We have accounts of it being used until the 19th century. Here you can also see it was an object of kind of antiquarian study. These were collected, much like coins would have been collected, and cataloged, these pieces of Lemnian soil. You can see some of them up here, including one with, looks like a goat on it, as Dioscorides had said that goats were stamped on these pieces of Lemnian soil. And here's another drawing of one with, you can see, with some Ottoman symbolism on it as well. Okay, I'm just going to wrap up now with a sort of footnote. We talked earlier about how exciting it is that even texts are rediscovered sometimes. We wish more of them were rediscovered, but at least some of them are. And a great complement to that, of course, is archaeological study. And so much material comes out of the ground that informs our understanding of Greek and Roman healthcare. I'm showing you here some images and the title of an article that was published in the New York Times in 2023 about a grave that was discovered in 2022, belonging apparently to a physician of the 1st century CE. Probably a physician, because a lot of medical instruments were found in this grave. And you can see some of them illustrated here. And I should add that this grave was found in not far from Budapest. So on the frontiers of the Roman Empire, a physician seemed to have been practicing, and a physician who was well equipped with medical implements, medical tools. The author of this article, who deserves a lot of credit for getting this published in the New York Times, makes a very astute comment when he says that surgical instruments really have not changed a lot. In their basic design, they haven't changed a lot since antiquity. And then he says something that I might take a little bit, I might disagree with slightly. He says, by contrast, he says, medical remedies have changed. They have improved. No more, he says, no more smashed snails, salt-cured weasel flesh, or ashes of cremated dogs' heads, which is, it's true. Those elements were used in some ancient therapies. And we might be thinking, what the heck? Soil? They were eating soil or drinking soil or rubbing soil on their skin? What is that about? But let's remind ourselves that the traces of medicinal soil are still with us in mainstream medicine today. And I'll bring you just one example. This is an antibiotic ointment produced by Pfizer called terramycin. And you can see that the active ingredient is oxytetracycline hydrochloride. And it is interesting that this ingredient, the active ingredient in terramycin, was discovered in soil near the Pfizer laboratory, which happened to be in Terre Haute, Indiana. So Terra here actually comes from, I think, the name of the town, Terre Haute, but also points to the fact that it came from soil that they were investigating near Pfizer. And I will simply also add here just another quick footnote, because I think it's interesting. Arthur Sackler, the famous Sackler family that went on to run Purdue Pharma and has produced OxyContin and has caused all this controversy. Earlier in his career, he worked for Pfizer marketing terramycin, which was discovered around 1950 in the soil in Terre Haute, Indiana. So this is just to say that, I used a French term earlier, terroir. I'm going to use a French phrase here, plus ça change. As much as things change, there are elements that remain the same. And in conclusion, I find in my teaching and in my research that, talking to students, talking to generalist audiences, which are the audiences we need to talk to save ancient studies, right? That healthcare is a really powerful place to find points of connection. We all get sick, right? But it's also the case that in some ways, these therapies are not totally different from the ancient world, these therapies that we use today. Thank you all for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Brown, for that very interesting presentation. While we wait for the questions from the viewers, a very general question for you. How do modern categories like scientific, religious, or local obscure our understanding of ancient healthcare systems, even in relation to Galen and Lemnos?
Oh, this is a great question. Yeah, I mean, we need to be aware that the category like religion is a product of the Enlightenment, right? So in antiquity, people were not thinking in these categories. And I would say that much of what we think of as ancient medical care has some element that we'd also think of as religious associated with it. Even somebody like Galen, who, we think of as this paragon of scientific study in the ancient world, he claimed to be a follower of Asclepius and the healing god Asclepius, and even said that the god gave cures that Galen himself adopts in his own practice, and that Asclepius healed him at one point. So I think this is wonderful. It's hard sometimes to think around these categories, but it's important to try to, or at least to recognize that in antiquity, they weren't using the same intellectual categories always that we use today.
Thank you. Also, the journey to Lemnos was very important for Galen to construct his authority. So, what does this tell us about the interplay of geography and religious authentication and observation as a form of epistemologic authority?
Oh, wonderful. These are really good questions. Autopsy is, I think for Galen in particular, but true, of course, for many of the great thinkers of antiquity, and we could think of Aristotle, of course, and many others. But Galen was intent upon the empirical side of medical practice. He said, you can't just learn to heal people from reading books. You have to work at it, and you have to practice by dissecting animals if you can, and that kind of thing, right? So that is very important for Galen. As to the point of travel, certainly things like autopsy were important. Galen in particular was worried about forgeries. I use the term forgeries because he talks about texts being forged too. He's worried that his own texts are being forged, but he's also worried that people are making fake pharmaceuticals. And he knows this. He talks to people who do it. And if you read the later, I don't know that we have any clear accounts of Lemnian soil. I'm sure people were faking it in antiquity and trying to sell things off.
Recordings.